All right.
adoration and
All right, did that work? Looks like we're okay. It looks like the feed's going to the correct YouTube.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a
always
good
relief,
sign.
right?
So,
You hit the
sorry
button.
everybody at home if I sound like death warmed over. That's because I am, in fact, death warmed over.
A slightly microwaved death.
Still cold in the middle.
Still.
Yeah. Like, you joke about that, but no, I'm kind of cold inside.
Pink in the center.
Need to get a good sear on it. Oh, Raz, you're gonna be jealous. I got to ride roller coasters the other day.
Oh, fun. We went on Christmas Eve. It turns out Christmas Eve is a really good day for theme parking.
So we went.
I would
that
not
makes
have guessed that.
I actually believe that. No, I'm jealous.
We went on Friday, which was the last day of the park's like Christmas event. So we're walking around on January the 5th. Like they're playing Christmas music, and this is not okay.
Fake snow and Santa and yeah. It's like, come on.
Still got
you
my
guys.
tree up.
This is like my parents. They leave Christmas up for as long as possible.
Yeah, I love
We don't
Christmas.
Want it to go away. It's February, for fuck's sake.
I love being in the spirit, but once it's January, it's got to come down. You got to shift
New
gears
Year's
back.
The spirit is
Janu-
expired.
Yeah.
It's
January 2nd, tree comes down.
I do think we should. I think the biggest problem is the tree is actually some really nice lighting for the main room. We're gonna have to come up with something similar.
Do you have an actual tree or a fake tree?
We have an actual tree this year. We used to have a fake tree. I don't know where it got to.
Do you have like a disposal ordinance or whatever? Like,
I'm sure we do.
they make people throw those out on the street by like a certain date, and then they stop picking them up. And
Yeah.
Having to deal with a dead tree and shedding pine needles absolutely everywhere is kind of a nightmare.
So
You
we
just
had
set it on fire.
our tree topper was Tinkerbell for years, right? Which I was never super enthusiastic about. Like I don't care about Tinkerbell, but my wife's really into Disney stuff, so we had Tinkerbell for years. But her wing broke off, and I tried to glue it back on, but it was like it looked natty. Like it was time to get rid of the Tinkerbell. So apparently, at some point in the past few years, it became okay to put a top hat on the top of your tree. Like that is an acceptable tree topper now. So now my tree has a very fashionable top hat.
Congratulations on your dapper holiday.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you should get for your your new ornament next year?
A monocle?
A monocle.
A monocle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this year, because yeah, I
You
got.
also need a mustache. But yeah.
Oh yeah, that's great. Like a monocle. And, wow, that's next
Yeah.
year. That's next year.
There you go.
Our tradition is to get like a custom ornament made, and this year we got one with Lulu and Prompto on it, with the little character sprites, and then a picture of Prompto attempting to eat Lulu's face.
Oh.
Big sister just like, yes, this is my life.
Yeah, that's exactly the photo.
That's the exact attitude I think that the video game Lulu would have towards the video game Prompto.
Right.
Like, you've chosen their names wisely.
I feel like Lulu would be like, yes, I must protect you, but I don't have to be happy about it.
So he's going to the doctor on Tuesday, and the doctor is going to steal his blood. And then the blood is going to tell us whether or not it is time to remove the testicles.
To steal his nuts.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware blood told you that. Oh, I guess I could
Yeah,
see
the
that.
doctor has to steal your blood to know whether
Yeah, that makes
it's okay
sense.
to steal your testicles.
Yeah, okay.
Which it's a little
I thought
sad.
it was purely an age, like, okay, you're 1.2 puppy years.
Prompto is very proud of his testicles, so it's gonna come as a
Does he,
shock
like, walk
to
up
him.
to you and just be like, hey, look at these?
Yeah, he will. Just put.
I would imagine the actual Prompto doing something very similar. Hey, check these babies out. Prompto, you're coming on a little strong.
Your poor dog is gonna be so confused when it's done. He's gonna be like, "Where'd they go?"
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I don't.
he's got
And
a
you know what?
sign Of
I'm-
sadness.
I'm not gonna have an answer for it because I literally don't know where they go.
You could ask the vet for them.
What? I'm not gonna do that.
Put them in a formaldehyde jar. What?
Bronze them.
That's Christmas ornament for next year. Just bronze Chihuahua nuts.
A lovely pair of earrings. Like, no,
Nope.
no.
Nope. No thanks.
Bronze balls, polished to the nth degree.
If you didn't say what they were, I bet you could pass them off.
They're pretty.
They would be all veiny.
It's so realistic.
Sorry, I did not consider the topography of testicles.
For
Well,
once.
Of all people
D&D.
here, I figured you would be the one who did.
Well, certainly not for we're all insane because we've been apart for 3 weeks.
Yep.
I've been spending all week on this critique circle website doing critiques of people's writing. Because the idea is you like accrue points and then you spend the points to like post your own work to get critiqued.
Wow, that sounds like a great prize.
This kind of thing, it's never worked for me in the past. I've done this kind of like writing circle stuff before. And it always like fizzles out because nobody's actually interested in giving decent feedback. And very few people can graciously receive decent feedback. Like I've already been yelled at by one person.
I'm not sure it's an interest in giving honest feedback. I don't think most people are capable.
That's true too. Yeah, you're right.
Like they'll just be like, I don't like that you're using the word "as" every 17th sentence or whatever.
Yeah, they can't dictate
Yeah,
why.
and it becomes a very personal endeavor, writing and editing.
But I have actually gotten
I do that
some...
with other people's writing. Like you saw that when I was editing some of yours very early on.
Right.
Like I was very clearly trying to make you my style disciple.
Mhm.
Like it not consciously either. And I think a lot of people probably do that.
In some cases, though, you reach a point where you need that kind of feedback. You need to know, because if one person says it should be this style, that's just an opinion. If 12 people say it should be this style, then you've got to actually think about what you're doing. You've got to think about whether the voice is coming across properly. So
That is definitely a good consideration.
But I woke up this morning and I got some notes from somebody who's like, yeah, I didn't want to put a lot of notes on because it's obvious that you're a better writer than I am. And so they didn't say very much. Like, they didn't have many notes on the story. And it's just like, well, you should, like, still share your opinion. That's what the point of the website.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm a better writer than anybody, for what it's worth. I have no degrees. I've never been published. Anytime I compare my own writing to somebody else's, it's like obviously worse to me. Big imposter syndrome. Except for D&D. I am clearly the best DM.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
We've established that on Reddit.
Right.
No, we haven't. That's why he keeps yelling at us. Calling us cowards. Like if they after every session he does a call to action for us to go on RPG horror stories. We never do, and he calls us cowards. This has happened to me for 5 years.
This is very true.
We assigned Blip's last session, right? It was the session before that we had to interrupt.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can erase my notes for that? Okay.
Yep.
I think a bunch of us leveled up last session too.
This should be session 16, I think.
16 it is.
Okay, yeah. 15 was the one where we incompleted.
Yeah.
My job after the stream, I have to go into the guts of YouTube and iterate everything ahead.
Yeah.
And 15 is when we shot Benny into space.
Yeah, that's what's happening here.
Oh, this is not the date. Hold on. This was assuming that we played the next one.
Yeah, I'm reading my own notes, Treble, and they're definitely in, like, cryptic shorthand that I would have a hard time interpreting sometimes.
Destil, do you write your notes in Infernal?
No, I mean, they're not complete sentences, though, which doesn't help.
He writes his notes
Thanks, past me, right?
like programming programming comments.
Actually, yeah, they are a lot like my programming comments.
Do
No,
they
my
all start
comments
with
are
a
way more...
double //
No, they all start with a lamp. It enlightens the code.
But like,
I'm not making that up. That's how APL does it.
Oh my god.
But like Destil,
Get
like,
laid.
do you know how many times in the last several
I'm
years?
married, so
Now you're already fucked. Sorry.
yeah, exactly.
Over the last few years, like you go, well, you'll chime in like, well, I don't remember what happens last time, and all I have is a note that says "sexy kobold."
That
Something
sounds like my note.
So like,
I'm reminded of the meme that I just saw the other day. Unattended kobolds will be offered an energy drink and taught to swear.
I assume all kobolds already know how to swear.
Right? Well, I mean,
Well,
not
no, they'll add like different languages. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Like this is how you say turbo fuck in Dwarven.
Yeah, you just turn them loose in like the dwarven city, and you just turbo fuck, turbo fuck, turbo fuck.
With a Scottish
And then
accent for some reason.
And then he's never seen or heard again.
All right, have we decided on what tweets are called on Blue Sky?
Yeah, they're called tweets.
Yeah, because Twitter abandoned that verbiage. It says post now.
Yeah, like I don't want. I can't
Oh,
just
on
say.
Blue Sky. Oh, I thought we were just saying like Twitter.
I've seen people use skeets, and I don't know about
That's
skeets.
funny. That's funny. I like it.
That sounds
I don't
like
know how they-
Let's do it.
I don't know how they got skeet. How did they get skeet?
sky plus tweet is a skeet.
I like bleat. I like blue.
Bloot's good. Skeet sounds like you're having gastrointestinal problems, right?
Well, a
Yeah.
skeet is a thing.
Or you're a rapper. Skeet skeet.
Yeah, it just says post on.
Anyway, I blooted. They need something marketable though. They can't just call it post.
Yeah.
I'm not putting it on my blog spot.
Putting it on the Blessy Brick Road.
I mean, that's
you
what
get,
Twitter
like-
calls it now.
Copyright infringement on like the cereal company.
No, I got it, guys. I got it. Change
Yeah.
the mascot to a goat with wings, and call it Bleats.
Bleats,
Yeah.
Bloots, and Bleats. They have changed the logo. It used to just be a blue
It's a
square. And
butterfly.
now it's a butterfly, which is
Yeah.
nice.
They should be called morphs,
Morphs.
and then they transform into threads.
Oh my god, let's not continue that analogy. That's way too complex for most people.
I pushed the button to share the link on the internet website. That's what I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like how literally every source that refers to Twitter goes X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
I hope that continues into perpetuity.
Just
I mean, someone's gonna buy it and rename it back after he loses all his money.
yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, 75 cents. Take it or leave it.
All right. Who has? I know this is an awful question after not playing for a month, but who has a 100-word summary of the trouble that looks like Raz in particular got into last week?
I mean, I have a one-word summary. We.
I don't remember like what the thinking was of let's shoot Raz into the sky.
Yeah, I have
So
no
I-
idea how we came to that.
I actually wrote this down, and I might
were trying-
reveal the answer, but like there was a device that I had a key for. We tried it. It made an air column. Somebody got an idea. I think it was Nazirr. That like I wonder if you could like parachute or parasail or whatever with this. And then
Yeah.
Benny was like, "I'll do it."
I thought it was to try and get a better view of the whole island. I thought we had.
We also
Well, we didn't know
ignored
that this would happen.
we also ignored a descent into hell, which would have put us into Alphagard. So we're obviously up here to visit Master Dragon.
Obviously.
Yeah, we went the up route. We could go down next.
I'm guessing that's
Alright.
a Dragon Quest reference.
So we have
2 Dragon Quest references,
Dragon
my
Quest
friends,
3, I think. Right?
and 4.
We have
Yeah,
artifact homework to do. Because Sahn has cleared 30 AP with the cloak, we're going to determine the next level of aptitude for it.
Who could possibly have foreseen this?
So, what is a thematically appropriate once per long rest ability that you would trade all other functionality of the cloak to use?
My thought is something like Serenity's Rage, which was not range, it was transcendent. Got exactly what I named it. I probably had it in my notes.
Action Trance. That's
Action
what it
Trance,
was.
thank you. I've got a list of things here. I don't know
Yeah, I'm
exactly how powerful this is supposed to be.
gonna crack the PHB here.
These all came directly from her character sheet.
Was she was a barbarian out of the PHB? 'Cause that can't be predated.
Yeah, she was the
Xanathars.
path of the bear spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, it's weird to think about rolling up characters in a campaign without the Xanathars and Tasha's stuff now,
Oh, how quaint.
right? We were all so young.
Uphill both ways, snowing.
So is the expectation that like you would trigger the cloak, all of its other abilities would go inert, but you would gain abilities equivalent to, say, a barbarian's rage?
Yeah, specifically with some of the riders that Serenity had, which the biggest thing with that is it only lasts for a minute.
Your rage lasts for 1 minute, and then there's some conditions under which it ends early.
Right.
So
She was high enough level to ignore that, though, if that's one of the possible like raiders, because it's not just a generic barbarian.
So, like, advantage on strength checks and saving throws, bonus rage damage, resistance to BPS, and then what were the riders that she had?
The riders are resistance to all damage except psychic, and their damage was +3 at her level, and 1 extra die when scoring a critical hit. Oh, and see perfectly for 1 mile with no disadvantage to low light, which is pretty like that's pretty much a ribbon.
I don't see that as being thematic to the cloak.
Yeah.
Make sure that I'm seeing here.
Oh, it's called One with the Multiverse. That's what it's named.
Just give me 1 second to read through these.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the improved critical coming from?
Probably class levels. That's a barbarian class feature.
Oh, okay. So the brutal critical has nothing to do with the rage. That was
It's just like stuff that.
Got it.
Yeah, kind of just like encapsulating some of the stuff that Serenity typically used, kind of all into one big rolled together thing.
All right. Here's what we can do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking the 3 main points of the rage are fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I think instead of the resistance to damage, which is the bear totem spirit, the more thematically appropriate one is the eagle one. Where if you're not wearing heavy armor, other creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you, and you can use dash as a bonus action.
That works for me. So it's the resistance to BPS, is that still in, or was that?
Yep, I'll leave resistance to BPS in. Because that can be thematically skinned as like you're doing an excellent job dodging the attacks and
letting them just barely glance.
Letting them glance off. Mm-hmm.
And then it's the resistance to BPS, advantage on strength, and +3 to damage.
Yeah, we'll just use the rage damage table here. So you're
and then the bonus from the eagle. Let me look that up in the PHP.
Yeah, so when it says while you're raging and aren't wearing heavy armor, other creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you, and you can use the dash action as a bonus action on your turn.
Cool.
I think that's fairly balanced for Sahn as is because he has other uses for his bonus actions.
And then this is a bonus action to enter the rage normally, right?
I think so.
Yeah, you enter the rage as a bonus action.
Yep. Cool.
So you can trigger that ability on the cloak as a bonus action, and then doing so, all the other properties of the cloak are inert until you complete a long rest. The last thing I'm thinking of is whether to leave in, because the typical rage ends if you don't deal or receive damage.
Yep.
I'm thinking of letting you just have the full minute, but then at the end of the minutes, gain 1 level of exhaustion instead. Or maybe, because I don't think it's appropriate for the cloak. I don't think it makes sense to leave in your rage ends early if you don't take or deal damage, because you're in
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of, as long as you're doing actions. So I would say, like, you can either end the rage as a bonus action, but if you're in that state for the actual full minute or 60 rounds of combat, that's when you'll take a level of exhaustion.
That seems fair.
Okay, let's do
I
that.
mean, yeah, because the cloak will lose attunement if I don't take an action and I fail a conflict anyway.
And you don't go into conflict until 2 levels of exhaustion. So
Yeah.
using the cloak in this way isn't going to put you into conflict. All right, let me make a note to add all this later. And we won't call it rage. We'll call it action trance.
One with the multiverse.
One with the multiverse.
That's what. Yep, that's what it is in Serenity's character sheet.
Okay. Okay. I am erring on the caution of making these artifacts stupidly powerful. I'm looking forward to when the campaign is over. I'm going to share all of the final artifacts to like a Reddit community and have people be like, you can't put those in a campaign, you'll break everything. That's the goal.
No, it's fine. You just add more and more goblins, right?
Yeah, just keep throwing goblins.
Add another goblin.
And then 5 more goblins show up. Eventually it'll work.
Yeah, eventually. How many goblins have you killed? I don't know. We're up to like 1,400.
Benny.
Listen, you do whatever you want as long as you don't kill any of our characters, okay?
I'm going to kill everybody. I killed somebody last night, my Saturday game.
Did you?
Oh yeah, they got killed. Bitten in half, as it was. Benny,
Ouch. Yes.
give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh, why are you like this? Is it foggy up here?
No, actually, the sky is fairly
I
clear.
have exhaustion. Yeah, I have exhaustion, so...
Oh, so you'd have disadvantage anyway.
Yeah, from this. I think that's an 8. I gotta get my sheet up here. 8.
An 8? Okay. So yeah, you have a general idea of the layout of these little islands connected with bridges. So you have to decide now where you want to try to come down.
So Benny would realize that, like, the air curtain he rode on times out. Like, it turned off on its own, and he would try and go over here.
Okay, so you kind of angle
the
your
closest-
body that way.
Yeah. He would just quickly do that, and then he would just crack up laughing. Lack of oxygen, I guess.
So when you're that high up, yeah, your mind is starting to swim a little bit. You're not getting enough oxygen. It's freezing cold as you're being lapped on all sides by gale force winds. You angle your body and bring yourself down onto the side here. So the side of this island you can see is ringed by this low stone fence. The others are not. The others just kind of tip off into cliffs that drop down into the clouds. But yeah, you pull yourself down onto this soft grass, just heaving, catching your breath. First thing you realize is that you're no longer freezing cold. It's like you've fallen into a bubble of calmer air coming down into the island. The second thing you realize is that your fall, you're expecting like a hard tumble, but actually you land on the grass. Gingerly is probably the wrong word. You come down hard, but not hard enough to splatter you against the ground. But yeah, it's as though you're laying on warm summer grass. The air's a little chilly, but it's not freezing. Next to you is this pool cart, kind of leaned on the ground with a hay bale sitting inside of it. And you notice that it doesn't sound like the winds are gusting all around you anymore.
Does it sound distant? Like, can I hear it, like kind of muffled in the background, like I am inside a building or a bubble? Or...
You just kind of hear like a standard wilderness silence, almost. When you crane your neck over the wall, you can hear the winds below you, and you can tell that they're strong, but they also feel very far away. Like you're hearing, similar to like being able to hear a rushing river in the distance.
Okay. So what Benny's gonna do is, given that the rest of his party, and by the rest of his party he means Nazirr, is probably like freaking the fuck out. He's going to take the first hour to just relax, basically, and see what happens. Because if somebody is going to come looking for him, they're going to appear right here. And he's going to need to let them know that he's okay. And it's possible that he might not be okay if he goes wandering around. Benny's the responsible one in the party.
Okay. Other things that you can see as you're kind of sitting there and catching your breath and getting your bearings. There's a quaint little cottage sitting off to the side here. With what looks to be some well-tended gardens. Just outside of this cottage, a large fruiting tree, very inviting looking. In the outlying islands, you can see the little plot of farmland, nice little pond. Over here is what looks like a horse stable, or 2 horses could be put up. And now and again, you hear noises coming from there that sound like a creature is moving about. Eventually, you catch glimpses of it. In the foliage behind the stable, you catch glimpses of the thing's white fur. But it never steps out into the open to give you a good look at it.
Benny will just casually observe, like, I imagine him just, like, kind of laughing this experience off, reaching for his flask.
Okay.
And just kind of taking it in, lighting a cigar, and, like Naz is going to just have a field day with this.
So, meanwhile, like, I actually drew in the island below that Benny was able to see.
I thought that was, like, stray marks and stuff.
I thought there were clouds or something.
So yeah, you guys, the rest of you, Benny takes hold of what did you use? One of the pirate flags?
Yeah.
One of the.
I think I took 2 of them.
Took 2 of them.
Yeah.
Lashed them together. Benny steps into it, catches the air, and rockets off into space. And that's it. He's gone.
Nerium is like looking up. She's like looking straight up. She's got her hand like covering her eyes because she to keep her from like to shield her eyes from the sun. She goes, "Well, Nazirr, he's gone."
Do it again.
Was that a Final Fantasy IV free Enterprise reference?
Well, that's gone.
Well, that's gone.
Ssah'ra is gonna look across the water for signs of a splash, maybe?
Well, you guys were down in the cave, because remember, that's where the air current starts. You go up through a hole in the roof.
I was down there because I had to turn the switch. Someone else might not have been.
Oh, yeah, I guess you could have been standing up top as well.
But if Ssah'ra's not already up top, she's gonna go up top and look out over the water to see if Minnie's splashing for help anywhere.
I mean, there's a lot of water. It would be very difficult to spot a single person splashing around out there.
Well, he's gone.
It was nice. Where would you think we could find another paladin, Ssah'ra?
Oh, totally. They're a dime a dozen.
So question, the top. So there's a basically a grate on the bottom underground, and then there was a grate atop. The grate
That blew off.
It's gone, right?
The grate's
There's
gone.
no-
It's
Oh, I got hit by that. It's gone.
here. Let me.
I was just wondering if it was gone because, like, if it wasn't, then somebody's gonna have to stay behind when we inevitably all decide to do this.
Because you were down here. This is the cave where you guys stepped in, where the air current started from. And then up above, up at the same location, you come up. No, that was the arena. A G here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So in this densely forested part of the inner island.
Yep.
What's next?
Yeah, no, Nazirr.
So a couple minutes, maybe a minute or 2 later, Sahn will show up since he was the one operating the mechanism.
Okay.
Nazirr, do you have any way to, like, locate a person?
No. But I think do it again. Do it again.
Do it again?
Yeah, Nazir's already hitching one of the flags around his wrists.
Okay.
Can you turn into a bird yet?
No.
Okay.
Just
Do we know
wondering.
that?
Let me double check that.
You're level 6 now?
Yeah.
I think you might be able to do that.
The better question is, do we know you cannot turn into a bird?
Well, everybody else doesn't know that.
So yeah, he'll be fine. He'll turn into a bird.
I mean, Sahn will head back down and get the key ready to fire it off again. He's
Okay.
waiting for someone to yell.
No, I gotta be 8th level in order to make flying creatures.
Oh, okay.
So Nazir's going for a ride next. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm gonna take you for a ride.
Do you actually sing that song to him?
Yeah.
Good.
It's a Marvel versus Capcom up in here.
Where are the
So, dude-
markers at? Did I delete them for some reason? I'll steal them off the initiative order. Whatever. It's fine.
I don't have any spells that can assist in this.
Ssah'ra will stay up top, and I don't think any of us have a spyglass, so
My glasses are absurdly expensive.
yeah, like 1,000 gold.
So, Sahn, you get the key
Ssah'ra's
ready.
trying to watch him.
Yep.
Nerium and Ssah'ra are standing to the side, and you guys have Phil with you. Phil
I
is
forgot about Phil.
he's with you. He's with you, and he is. First of all, he is delighted to have watched this spectacle, and now he's delighted that Nazirr has decided to do it again. So yeah, Nazirr, you lay some tapestries together, step into the wind, and you are out of there. And yeah, same thing that happened with Benny. You fly through the air, sail through the clouds. You find yourself looking down at these islands here. But give me a perception check. Actually, give me a Constitution saving throw first.
Sorry, I'm a little slow on reaction because sick and stuff. That's a 17 on con save.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Uh, 22.
So you're in the air looking down on the general shape of the islands, and in the next few seconds, you're going to have to decide where to come down. And yeah, you see Benny flopped over on the grass on his back. Just,
Yeah, and Nazirr drifts over here, tumbles to the ground.
and same thing.
Idiot.
You become cognizant of kind of entering a bubble of calm as you come down onto the island. It's neither freezing cold nor super windy.
Benny laughs and says, "What do you want me to do? Send a note back down?"
Well, I mean that's true, but I think if we can find an animal up here, I can send a message back down.
Would that animal need to fly?
Yeah. Obviously.
I don't know if it can fly, but and he points in this direction towards the creature with white fur.
Okay.
They just find a frog, give it a message, and throw it over the side.
Yeah.
I mean, a mouse can fall basically infinite height and not take any damage.
Into the water?
Well, they drown at that point. Like, so you
Yeah,
gotta aim for the island.
Yeah, let's hit this little pinprick right here.
It's okay. We're watching for splashes.
AC 74.
Yeah, Nazir's scanning the treetops for any signs of birds or any such creatures.
From this position, you don't see any of the creatures, but Benny is able to point out behind the stable over here, where every minute or so you do see a flash of white fur between some of the branches. But whatever creature's back there never comes out into the open.
Yeah,
Benny
Nazir's
will-
gonna cross the bridge.
Benny will, of course, go with you, but he will say he has not explored anything. He felt like taking a break.
Coming across this
Understandable.
bridge, over to your right, you do see this little ramshackle boat that is chained to the end of this wooden dock that doesn't seem to be secured in any way. It's just floating there on nothing. Ahead of you,
Weird.
looking in the stable, you see where the stable itself, where you'd have like the long, like waist-high stable doors swinging to a close, above that has been completely boarded up. It looks like it has been done in a relative hurry as well. So just planks of wood lashed into place against the side beams, hammered into place so you can't see what's inside of the stable. As you begin to approach, a creature walks around from the side, somewhat lazily. He's a big boy. It's a large creature with the body and head of a ram, but it also has two other heads, a lion and an eagle. The tail lashing out from behind of it has a fourth head. That is a large and presumably full-length boa constrictor. And as the thing steps out into your eye line, it fans its massive eagle wings out to the side. This wingspan that stretches out probably a good 20 feet or so. It steps out from behind the stable and takes up position on the path in front of it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, you guys just watched Nazirr. Whip! That's a verb now. Whip!
He got yeeted.
Did you see where he went near him?
I don't know. He's green, so he's a little easier to... Nope, lost him. No, I lost him.
There's no evidence that he came back down after he shot up.
There's no evidence he didn't suffocate to death and disappear, or just continue going up forever.
Yeah, there's no evidence of anything.
Is there a ceiling on the universe?
Did he go to Spelljammer Land?
He gets up there and there's like there's a little ooze person just sitting in like the lotus position going, "This is not your place. You must go back."
What's next? Downstairs, what's next?
I'm trying to think of a reason why any of us would do this. Because there's not a good one.
We're all evil, so there's really not.
Yeah.
How about
Fun.
Phil shrugs and points out that they haven't come back down. They haven't fallen again.
I mean,
Are
they
you
could have
sure?
gone. They could have gone so far that way that they're like over the horizon and it just landed in the ocean, Phil.
Yeah, Siraj like points around and goes, "We haven't been observing all this space."
He asks if there's a way to... You guys can speak telekinetically and such back and forth, can't you?
Not at
No.
that distance. I can
know what
maybe
it-
get you from the head of the ship to the aft, but
You know what it sounds like to me, Ssah'ra? It sounds like Phil might be volunteering.
That's what it sounds like. Phil, get a flag.
Phil looks at the column of air and scratches his goatee a bit, as though he's considering it.
Does Phil has
Do we
a
have
more
Do we have
arrow.
enough? Do we have enough flags for everybody?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That room was full of them. You guys
All
took
right.
you guys took some number of them that will be valuable to sell off later
Uh huh.
as like proof that these ships are no longer in existence. But yeah, there was a bunch of them.
Does Phil have
Alright.
any sort of bow and arrow or something?
I tell you what, Phil. Why don't we go up together?
Nerium, can you make a bright light when you're up there so we can have some idea where the hell you go?
Let me see what I can do. I might have something that can do that.
A major illusion that's like 20 square miles.
Yeah, Phil does indeed have a short bow.
So he could potentially fire a flaming arrow that we might be able to trace.
He doesn't expect that an arrow would be able to keep its flame in that column of air, but he's willing to try it if he goes up.
Well, I mean, on your way down, you can shoot it when you're no longer in the column of air, right?
Are you expecting this to go splat?
I don't know. Maybe.
So Nerium is offering to go up with Phil.
Yeah.
So you want to go up together with, like, you want to be riding him, or do you
Like
want to
Benny
like
did it last week. It was fine.
go
mean,
up
I
and then like one and then the other in succession?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, Sand's staying back operating the key. He will probably, if this is what we're doing, if we're all going up, I plan to be the last one up since I could transduction the key in place from the top.
So Phil holds out an arrowhead for someone to wrap in cloth and light.
And then I will make it twice as bright and a distinct purple with pyrokinetics.
so like, how do you want to do this, Phil? Do you want me to like go up with you? Do you want me to like get on your back? What?
He would prefer nobody get on his back. He's willing to send you up and then go up immediately afterwards. He thinks that's fair.
You know what? Whatever. And then like, turn the key.
So Nerium's going up
then-
next.
Yeah, as soon as like she turns the key, she just whatever, it just steps into it.
Give me a 2-hit roll for Phil.
Oh, okay. I don't have Phil's stat sheet. Who
Oh,
is
man,
controlling
where is
Phil?
that?
He fires at a +7, but I'm going to have him roll at disadvantage, and he needs to hit, I'm going to say AC 20, because he's going to be up a mile high in the air trying to hit the island from his point of view.
To be fair, that's like way out of his range increment.
Right. Like, even AC 20 seems kind of low, actually. But we'll go with 20.
Okay, I'll roll, I guess.
Yeah, no, I was pulling up his stat sheet. Yeah, +7 to hit.
Okay, that is a miss.
Okay.
At disadvantage, it is a 13. Yeah.
Ssah'ra, is your passive perception clear 25?
It absolutely does not.
Okay, yeah. There's no chance that you can see an arrow going, like a single arrow off in the distance going wide into the ocean. That's just not in the cards. So yeah, from your position, Nerium and then Phil. Whoop! So here's...
Sahn, I don't see the arrow. I think maybe they're stuck on something up there? Is that possible?
I'll climb up. We can be having this conversation telepathically at this point too. There's no one else for me to talk to. Well, they haven't come down. Do you think there's a ceiling in the world? Is it possible they hit it?
I have no idea. I have snake legs. I've never tried to fly.
I know I've heard theories about a crystalline shell around the world, but
Well, if they hit
I can't
it,
imagine
then
running into it.
You think they hit it hard enough that they just went splat and stuck there? Wouldn't they have fallen down if they hit something?
If an insect goes splat against a piece of glass moving very fast, it just stays on the glass.
So how do we get up there safely to check?
Can you fly?
I can fall.
Me too.
Nerium.
Yeah.
You have the same view. Go ahead and give me that Constitution save, and give me one for Phil as well. He rolls Constitution
Alright.
save at +1.
Okay. That is a 6 and a 3.
So both of you are going to take a level of exhaustion. You just cannot get enough air into your lungs as you fly up through the cloud cover. You don't hit the ceiling of the universe and go splat. So give me a perception check for each of you at disadvantage because you're exhausted.
Okay, this is for Nerium.
Yep.
Do I want to take this 10 or this 10? What is my actual perception skill?
Phil's is +4. He's trained.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and roll for Phil while this is loading. Phil got a 11, and
11?
I rolled 2 10s plus. You said perception?
Yeah, perception.
13.
So you got 13?
Yes.
Okay. So Phil is just very disoriented. However, you have enough presence of mind. You can see the kind of layout of the shapes of the islands, and you can see this large white shape that Benny and Nazirr are approaching.
I'm gonna tug on Phil,
Okay.
and we're gonna go this way.
So you're going to come down over here.
Yeah.
Benny and Nazirr, the creature that steps around, the four-headed creature, one of which is coming out of its butt, literal butt head, asks in a very regal and formal sounding common, "What is your business with Queen Aya's prisoner?"
Benedict will clear his throat and say, honestly, I'm not quite sure where here is.
And about this time, you hear the whooshing behind you, and Nerium drags Phil down to the floating island.
Benny will kind of thumb over to the giant column of air that Nerium and Phil are rising up and say, "Yeah, I hopped into one of those."
The creature lopes back and forth. In fact, I need to delete the circles that are not actually here. Sorry about
I
that.
was wondering what that was.
That's something down on the island below.
Yeah.
It was the shape of the arena on the island. The creature's loping back and forth in front of the stable. And again, it speaks. "If you are not here on the Queen's business, take what rest you can, and then go in peace." And then it lays down lazily in front of the stable. All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of its eyes watching your group intently.
Well, perhaps you could help us with two things, actually. One, how do we return?
The creature says that the assistance it offers you is the chance to take what rest you will from this place and then go in peace. It's only speaking from its ram's head. It's got a lion, an eagle, and then the snake coming off of its backside. But only the ram is speaking.
Does Benny get the impression that this guy is more or less a mook, and he's not going to get any information other than go in peace?
I'll let Benny decide whether the creature is a mook. I will say that it's large, bestial creature. It looks extremely powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Nerium will, like, what was the name of the queen?
Queen Aya, it said.
And then I'll be like, I haven't heard the name Queen Aya. What is she the queen of?
The creature, all four of its head, look in different directions as though scanning the skies around you. And it says, "All of the above." Meanwhile, downstairs, Ssah'ra, you just watched two more of your companions. Whoop!
So, what I would like to do
Yeah.
is I would like to use these pirate flags and some of the wooden stuff that's laying around, and I would like to build a hang glider.
So Ssah'ra has no engineering experience, and also she lives in a world where hang gliders have never been invented.
She wants to try and build one, yes. Her thinking is that, well, if I just grab the flag, I'm only going to go straight up. But if I attach the flag to something and then hold it, maybe I can, like, shift my weight and steer it so that if I get close to this crystal shell, I can try and avoid it.
So you're going to try to find some long, sturdy sticks to try to affix to some of these flags to make like a kite.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. I will give no indication of whether or not that's even going to remotely work.
That's okay, because I have a chain that makes things not break.
That's true.
Don't you lose that.
Sahn, are you assisting in some way with this construction?
I mean, I don't have any skill aside from the fact that I have been spending the last couple of months learning the rigging on the ship.
Okay.
Like walking around in it. So if I can use any of that expertise to help, yes, I will. I at least know enough about sailcloth.
She will explain to Sahn that she thinks, because she's seen kites before, and kites tend to stay up there. So she thinks if they do a kite, they might not hit the shell when they go up, and they might be able to get down safely. And if they do go up and find them, they can take their valuables with them.
So I'm going to say this construction is going to take at least an hour, because you have to kind of scour the area for resources and then spend the time actually constructing it, affixing it, make sure that it's sturdy. But I'll say you can make the attempt.
Okay, and I am going to use the chain to make sure it doesn't break on me.
After like 30 minutes, Nerium is like peering over and she's like, "They left us."
So yeah, that's
Technically, you left us.
The question is, how do you guys spend the next hour here upstairs?
We'll look around, I think, at this point.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
gonna
a
look around and
cottage,
see.
right?
I'm gonna look and see if there's any birds or such.
You don't
Ask a favor of
see
them.
or hear any other animals on the islands, but yes, you've got Pond Island, there's Farm Plot Island, and then on the main island here, you've got this little cottage. There's a well. Then there's a well-tended garden and a fruiting tree.
Benny's gonna knock on the door.
When you get to the door, it's already open. And last time it was open, it was not opened gingerly. Somebody kicked it in.
He will knock on the open door and say hello.
As you do, from inside, you start hearing a high-pitched screaming.
Oh my
Whoa,
god.
whoa, kobold. Kobold alert.
And you hear something that sounds like a metallic rattling as well.
Oh, this is
Is the screaming in response to me?
It
Or is
started as soon as you rapped on the open door.
Benny will kind of draw his hands back and kind of show that, like, open palms to the air in front of him, I guess.
Okay.
And say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, everything okay?
You don't see what's making the
just
sound. You just
visiting.
hear the sound. The cottage itself has 2 rooms. You've got the first room you're stepping into. If you would please, if you're stepping in, go ahead and make me an investigation check. Remember, you're exhausted.
Yeah. 1.
1. Okay. The room looks like it's in
Thanks,
disarray, and then there's a door that leads to the second room in the back of the cottage. It looks like this front room, there's like a place to sit down and have meals, and then off to one side, you've got a place with a stone hearth and a basin of water where meals could be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And
Where
then
did I hear the screaming from?
off into the second room.
So, like, over here?
So you're coming in, the north room here is the first room, then the second room would be back here.
Okay. Yeah, well then Benny will investigate. But he's gonna talk the entire time.
Okay.
More or less to state his intentions. Like, is everything okay? I'm going to open this door, etc.
Nerium, if you're entering, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I did. It was not good.
It was not good, okay?
It was like a 5.
So you get the same, and in response to everything that Benny says, you just hear more screeching from the second room. As you go into the second room, it's a sleeping space, and again, it looks like it's in disarray. Much more comfortable bed than you would expect to see in like a small cottage like this. Like whoever lived in this space really valued a comfortable place to sleep. So you've got a nice 4-post bed with feather mattresses stacked one on top of the other, piled high with down pillows and bedclothes, all of which is in disarray and strewn all over the room. In the back of the room, next to the back window, is a very large, oversized bird cage, inside of which a very agitated winged monkey is clinging to the bars, rattling the cage back and forth furiously. I won't do the actual screaming again. I feel like I got the point across.
Thank you.
Oh, please, I insist. Okay, well, Benny will approach the cage
Okay.
and try and talk to this winged monkey.
Yeah, he doesn't like that. He's kicking the cage back and forth. It's swinging on the hook where it's dangling from. Definitely has just hostile eyes, baring its teeth, its sharp monkey teeth at you. It has leathery wings fold up along its back. And you can see, discarded onto the floor of the cage, a little tiny jacket and a fez.
Surely those won't be important.
Like Nerium like peeks in and she goes, "Oh, Nazirr, turn into a monkey, put on the jacket and the fez."
Nazirr,
Door.
go ahead and give me an investigation check, please.
Yeah. Don't mind
Benny
if I do.
immediately says, "Do not."
10.
10?
Yep.
Yeah,
10.
the place is in a serious state of disarray.
Benny will look at Nazirr and say, I don't suppose this monkey could fly down and deliver a message.
Yeah,
Could-
how's he supposed to get back up? Nerium,
Yes, what do you need?
can you calm him down?
Let me see. All right. I need a charisma saving throw from the monkey, please.
Okay.
As I use the choker to cast Calm Emotions.
So let me credit you for using the choker to start with. I've got a 12.
No, that's not going to do it, sir.
Okay. So yeah, he stops
I have-
screaming and rocking so miserably. And as he does, you can see that this creature has probably been doing this for some time. It's in a state of pretty serious distress. But the sound reduces to just kind of this worried chattering as it's regarding all of you.
Benny will just calmly speak to it and say, are you okay? Who did this to you?
And give me are you skilled in animal handling?
Benny, no.
No, give me an insight check. Seven. The creature's eyes are focused on you as you're talking, but it doesn't give any indication that it understands what you say.
All right. I'm going to use my new class feature
Uh-oh.
that I got. As an action, I choose 4 creatures within 60 feet of me. The chosen creatures can magically understand me regardless of the language I speak.
Okay.
But I use it on the monkey, Nazirr, and Benny,
Okay.
just because they're there. And I go up to the monkey. How you doing, little guy?
And so the understanding flashes on its eyes. The monkey doesn't actually have a language of any kind. You can't speak.
Right.
So you're not casting speak with animals, correct?
Correct. It's just it can understand me
Okay.
for 1 hour.
It just gives a distressed cry in response to the question.
And I said, be like, hey, little guy, do you want out of the cage? Like, I tell it to give a thumbs up for yes and a thumbs down for no.
Okay. Yeah, and it leans back on its 2 arms and pokes out its 2 pudgy little legs and gives thumbs up with both of its feet.
Benny will let it out.
We call that the Diddy Kong.
That's enough out of you.
Benny will open the cage.
See, after a moment, you find the clasp on the cage. You pull the pin out of it. The little door swings open. And immediately, the monkey clambers out of the cage, drops to the floor, goes over to the other side of the room where a basket of fruit is collected up. And takes up 2 pieces of fruit and starts eating messily.
All right, and then when I excuse me while I interrogate this monkey. Oh my God, what has my life become?
Regrettably, I don't have speak with animals prepared today.
Okay?
Well, you know,
That's the one thing I knew going into Baldur's Gate 3 is make sure you have speak with animals. It's the most important spell.
Yeah,
It's a Larian
it
game.
is.
so while you're eating, I'm gonna ask you some questions if that's okay.
And it gives you a squeak of affirmation.
How have you been in the cage for 1 day? Have you been trapped in the cage for 1 day? I'm just waiting for yes or no's, and then I'll go 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, etc.
Let's do it this way. You're trying to figure out how long it's been in the cage.
Yes.
Are you trained in animal handling?
Absolutely not.
Give me an insight
I
check.
am.
I'll let you roll this at advantage if Nazirr is assisting you. Because Nazirr can be... Actually, Nazirr, give me an animal handling check before we do that.
Yeah, sure.
How much experience does Nazirr have with monkeys specifically?
Probably pretty little.
He's engaged to one.
Gross.
That's
You're
an
a fish.
18.
An 18? Okay. See, I'll let Nerium roll her insight checks at advantage if Nazirr is with her to kind of keep the animal calm and to help interpret its reactions.
Yeah.
Well, you're exhausted, so it cancels your.
Oh, it's true. I guess I'll keep the 17. So
Okay.
that's a 20.
So what you learn from the first series of questions is that the monkey lives in the cage, but it's usually not trapped there for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
It's currently been in the cage for a couple of sleeps.
Okay.
Meanwhile, downstairs, Ssah'ra,
I mean,
you
back
and
at the ranch.
you and Sahn, you get this thing constructed. It looks sturdy, but there is absolutely no way to tell whether or not it's going to perform any useful function.
Somewhere.
Well, I'll go down and get ready for the key. Do you think you can prop it underneath inside the column expeller? The speller?
Do we need to launch this from above the ground? I'm guessing.
You could, I mean,
Is the hole big enough?
probably safer to go from above ground if you're going with this kite. Because I'm like, probably the corners of the kite are wider than the circular hole, right?
Okay, Sahn, do you want to grab a pirate flag and follow me up?
I'll be up in a minute.
I feel like this is a bad idea.
Oh, it's a terrible idea. That's gonna be great.
I feel like somewhere the ghost of Alexander is shaking his head no, while the ghost of Genie is just like, yes.
Alexander built a hang glider once.
Yeah, but Alexander knows what
Competently,
he's
though.
doing.
We're gonna
That's debatable.
have to do like a Salute the Flumph All Stars campaign. It's just so Genie and Alex can build something horrible.
Oh, that would be the worst.
Yeah, so Ssah'ra.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, you get yeeted. You're whoop, and you wind up in the same spot. Yeah, give me that Constitution saving throw. As all of the oxygen is sucked out of
here.
your body.
Well, I see my rolls have not improved over the last. That's a 9.
Nice. So you sustain 1 level of exhaustion. Your altitude is so high, you can't get any oxygen into your lungs. You get into a position. Steering is impossible. It's all you can do to keep from spiraling out of control. But you do wind up in the middle of these islands. So go ahead and give me a perception check.
Yeah, dice definitely did not improve. That's a 10.
Excellent. So yeah, you see the general shape of the islands around you, but not what's on them, and you certainly don't see any creatures. You do get the sense, though, that, I mean, your arms are tired and stretched out, grabbing onto the ends of this kite, but if you tilt one way or the other, you can direct yourself to any of the 4 islands you want to go to.
Body of water. So there's like, basically she sees 2 structures and a bottle of water and some sort of field.
Yeah, you can kind of see the foliage, and you can probably see the 2 structures, and you can probably see the pond over here.
She's gonna go towards the pond, because if she can't land safely, at least she'll land in the water.
Okay, so you splash down in the water. The pond is, I mean, as you're angling yourself that direction, as cold as you are, but like as soon as it's too late to change your mind on this, you think, wait a minute, that pond's going to be frozen. There's no way. But it's not. And you splash down into it. Not only is it not frozen, it's surprisingly deep. It's not warm exactly. You've still dropped into a chilly pond, but you don't hurt yourself. And you manage to get oriented and climb up over to the side. It's a refreshing, freshwater body of water. Pond.
Yay, I'm clean.
I couldn't remember the word pond for a second.
Is it like hot springs warm, or is it like normal
It's
temperature?
chilly.
Oh, okay. Well, that's no fun.
Mountain Brook.
And
She will move out of the pond and then reclaim the chain from the device.
then it's Sahn, you're coming up after her.
So before Sahn goes up, he is going to make his way around the cavern.
Mhm.
Gonna get a torch. Gonna get some torch oil, and he's going to get, in addition to a sailcloth for himself, he's going to assemble an ersatz hooded lantern.
Okay.
He's going to ignite the lantern, he's going to intensify the light from it, and he's going to shield it from the wind as he goes up. And then once he's in position, he will telekinetically operate the key and fly up, and then once he's at the ascent of his height, he will try and use the lantern to get any sort of information he can about where he's going.
You wind up in the same position as the others did. So go ahead and give me that Constitution
save.
Yes, please.
Yep.
I gotta wonder what the people on the ship, because they're watching us do this. Like, what are they thinking? Like,
well, Peachtree has a magic spyglass, so she might actually know what we're doing. That's a 10 on con.
A 10. So you are 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay.
And give me a perception check. See if you can get some information about where to land.
That's a perception of 18.
Okay. So yes, you can see clearly the two structures. On the North Island here, you can see Ssah'ra has climbed out of this pool of water. And on the South Island over here next to the cottage, you see Phil standing there packing his pipe.
Give me 1 second to check something here in my notes. This doesn't have an action listed in it, so I'm just going to assume I can just do it. So I'm going to spend it in a blip to remove that level of exhaustion.
Okay.
And then, well, it looks like they've got the place pretty well explored, so I will glide down over here where no one's taken a look yet.
Okay. You come down in a very well-tended garden. You've got rows of plants here that have vegetables specifically. Radishes, carrots, cabbages, things that should not possibly grow in this environment. You hear a soft trickle of water off to the side as you see this rock with this little bubbling spring coming out over the top of it, seeping into the earth, keeping the whole garden irrigated.
Mm-hmm.
Phil pokes his head back inside the cottage. The others just arrived. Now we can have a party.
Oh. And Nerium.
Next.
Do I recognize the plants that make up this garden? Like
Yeah.
the vegetables?
Yeah, they're vegetables.
Okay.
Radishes, cabbages.
Okay, regular terrestrial vegetables.
As far as you can tell,
Alright.
yeah.
So here I'm going to have to request a ruling on how Detect Thoughts works.
Okay.
Because we have a situation where Nerium can communicate with the monkey and get
yes or no?
comprehensible answers out of him. Can I cast Detect Thoughts on this monkey? Have Nerium tell him to think about the person who put him in the cage.
Detect Thoughts does not work on this monkey because it does not speak a language.
Okay.
The creature is
I figured as
unaffected if
much.
it doesn't speak a language.
I was just gonna ask that.
Yeah, the way Nazirr is helping is he just has a better handle on how to read animals than Nerium does.
Mm-hmm.
Even bizarre winged ones.
So Benny thinks that this situation is pretty much sorted between these two. He's going to go back to the Chimera.
No longer there. When you coming up the path, but as you approach the stable, it once again lazily comes out from behind the tree to bar your
He's
way.
going to ask the Chimera, does Queen Aya live over here?
The creature tells you that Queen Aya lives in her palace.
Does Benny interpret this riddle as the palace being the cage that the monkey was in?
I have no opinion on how Benny might interpret the riddle.
I don't know if I can roll insight.
It's up to you to decide what that means.
Oh, why do I always get the belligerent NPCs?
Is Ssah'ra hanging
Do you
out?
think they're non-belligerent NPCs in these campaigns?
Yeah.
All character
Every
NPCs are belligerent.
And listen, I just played 5 hours of Baldur's Gate 3, so now they're all super belligerent.
Yeah.
Is Ssah'ra
But
staying
they
up
wanna
by
be
the pond? I'm gonna try
Every
to
NPC is Shadowheart.
consolidate characters here. So Ssah'ra, are you staying up by the pond, or are you heading one direction or the other?
Is she able to see like Benny and this giant chimera and anything?
Yeah, after you get your bearings, you can see clearly because these are 5-foot squares, so you're not looking over tremendous distances.
Okay.
But yeah, you can see that Benny is safe and Sahn is safe. Sahn is doing some gardening, and Benny is talking to this giant creature.
She'll call it, Son, Benny's over there, about to get eaten by something, and then she'll make her way over.
Benny is very pleasantly just having a conversation with this thing.
Benny, give me an insight check.
Ugh, 5.
5. Okay. Is Sahn staying in the garden?
Yeah, I've got some curious. I'd like to investigate this a little more.
What are you poking around with up there?
Is there any active magic creating this water?
No, which is very interesting.
There's also no magic like moving it. It's just water.
It's gurgling out as a spring coming out of the top of the rock and then trickling down into the soil. And there's not really any physical space beneath you for a water source to be.
Right. I'm going to taste the water. Does it taste like it has anything in it other than just water? Like, extra salt, like lots of iron?
It's very cold, very crisp, very refreshing.
I didn't know Sahn was an accomplished analytical chemist.
I mean, you can taste things in water.
Let's do one
100
more.
parts per million.
Let's do another monkey question now.
The question that I have, unless Nazirr has a better one, is: can you tell us where? Can you point us? Basically, I'm asking the monkey to take us, to help us find the person who normally lets them in and out of the cage.
Okay. Here's what the monkey does. First, it reaches into its little pile of fruit. It pulls out a pair of juicy peaches and hands one to Nerium and hands one to Nazirr.
I'll take it.
Then it turns back to the cage. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. It goes over to a dresser in the side of the room, opens up one of the bottom drawers where you see a pile of neatly folded vests and 3 or 4 clean cloth fezzes. It pulls out a new outfit, pulls the vest on, puts the little fez on its head.
I honestly thought you were going to say it opens up the dresser and there's a gateway to Narnia.
It's just gone. It leaves. Yeah, and then the monkey waddles over through the front door. Let's go ahead and put the monkey on the map, huh?
Sure.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's a monkey on the
Nazirr will
map.
follow him, munching on the peach.
Points to the creature that Benny is talking to and starts screeching and stamping against the ground.
And I'm gonna bend over. Hey, little guy, did that creature do something? Like, did he attack you? Did he attack the person?
And the monkey takes a step forward, turns around, points its ass at the creature, and starts slapping it.
You don't like him.
Hear or see this?
Oh, yeah,
I guess
it's
they're not
absolutely.
very far apart.
You guys are only,
Benny
what is that, 30, 40 feet?
Yeah. Benny will
Yeah.
ask the Chimera if that's Queen Aya. Or Aya.
Ssah'ra, give me an insight check. Remember that you are exhausted at the moment.
Yeah, it's great. Now don't roll that. There you go.
I mean, I might roll higher on that one.
Right? That's how my luck has been. No.
Yeah, gee, a 1 or a 17. Which one do I have to take?
You have to take the 1 because you're rolling a disadvantage.
Yeah, I don't think an inside of 4 is going to work.
The creature rears back and spans its wings out to the side and puffs out its furry, feathery chest, looms down at you with 3 of its 4 heads. And it says, "We will not stand to suffer insult to Her Majesty."
Well, she seems quite content. Actually.
Benny, what the hell is going on up here?
I don't know. You turned the key and I flew up into some crazy psychopath place.
Why is there a monkey in a thing that might be my cousin?
He
She
says,
glances
I
at
don't
the
see the
snake
relation. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there, he says to the tail.
Can't you like talk to snakes?
Yeah, but I think this one might talk normally.
You can only talk to the butt.
The thing looks down and says, "You will now graciously retire, or there will be consequences."
Okay, where can I sleep?
And it motions its head towards the other island where your companions are standing.
I don't see any reason not to comply here.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I'm going to use hydrokinetics to reverse the flow of the water.
What spell is that, actually?
It's what's the base name
Control
of this
water.
one? Is it
Control
control
water?
water? Yeah.
Yeah, let me...
I think control water is the.
Oh, this is a level 4, so this is a big boy spell.
No,
it's not
this
a
is the
level 4.
cantrip. It's shape water.
Shape water. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, when you alter the flow of the spring, it just stops trickling down over the rocks. Instead of bubbling up over the rocks, it just bubbles up and flows back down into into the cavity in the rock where it come from.
Is there a large enough space for me, like, duck my head under and see where it's coming from?
No, you might be able to squeeze a couple of fingertips, perhaps.
Okay. I'm gonna go over and investigate the pond.
Okay. It is a still freshwater pond. Looking down into it, though, you can't see its bottom. It's much, much deeper than it looks like a pond this size should be.
I don't have any magical light on me. Okay.
What the hell are these? What is this?
Us from the island somehow?
You guys were... There's little miniature versions of you wandering around this bridge.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
That would be a really good adventure. Like you're walking
Yeah.
around, it's
Well, there's 2 fills. Yeah, you can get rid of this fill here.
just that one scene from Army of Darkness.
Yeah. So yeah, nice, smooth, freshwater pond that looks to be startlingly deep. Again, very cold water.
It's deep enough that there's not light down there, so I can't see the bottom?
Correct.
Like,
You can't-
swimming down wouldn't help?
There's no way to know from up here.
Okay.
Benny's gonna address the monkey, Queen Aya, I presume?
When you speak to the monkey, nothing happens.
He wants to know if
no
your
response
name
to
is.
the name. Yeah.
Nerium would have been on. Hey, he wants to know if your name is Aya.
The monkey squeals in response, then waddles back into the house, rummages through one of the fallen pieces of furniture, comes back out wearing a thimble on his little finger. He holds it up towards Nerium, wiggles the little finger, and gives you another squeal of affirmation.
So your name is Thimble?
And you get another squeal of affirmation.
No,
Yeah.
his name is Thimble.
What the hell is going on up here? Why did you not send a message down to us?
Polite discourse, something you need to learn about. Gosh.
Also, there's no means by which to send a message down. You hadn't noticed.
Which
Yeah,
is
the-
something.
The bottle I
many-
dropped over the edge hasn't hit the ground yet.
You think we would have thought about that before we? What was the sound effect brick?
Whoop!
Before we did that to Benny, but we didn't. Oh well. It all worked out.
So, why is there a monkey and a thingy monster over there? And why is the monster not eating anybody?
You
The
know
monster-
exactly as much as we, so
Trying to learn more from the monkey. Thimble has been a very handsome little gentleman who's been very helpful. Yes, he has, and I'm gonna rub his belly.
Yeah, he's into that.
Benny will point over to the Chimera, who apparently is gone again.
Yeah, when you look back, the Chimera has gone back around the back of the stable.
When you,
Ssah'ra's gonna go
this is
inside.
like Taskmaster with like Alex spinning the night. Like I don't see you ever doing it. I just look at him, I was like, oh, where'd it go? Benny's gonna point back to where the chimera was and say, that they instructed him and Ssah'ra to retire in this building.
So,
Yes. Ssah'ra goes inside and she's gonna start rummaging through and seeing what the hell is in here.
Okay.
so Percrode,
Yeah, Benny will tidy up.
the monkey gave Nazirr and me a squeal of affirmation when we asked it if the chimera is the one that attacked this cottage.
No, it stepped forward, showed the chimera its ass, and started slapping it.
Okay.
That means he just does not like the chimera.
They just don't get along.
Within a few moments, Benny and Ssah'ra inside the cottage. The monkey presses a broom into one of your hands and a bucket and scrub brush into the other.
Benny will start sweeping up.
What is Sahn's next move at the pond?
You know what? I'm gonna go for a swim.
Just dive in?
I'm gonna find out.
Okay.
Nerium would look around. Where did Sahn go? Like, did he not come up?
That's the way out, and he just falls down. At least you know how to get back up, though.
And what is Nazirr doing?
Nazirr is just trying to help Nerium interpret Thimble's reactions.
Thimble has gone back inside and has deputized Ssah'ra and Benny into tidying up the house.
Yeah, Ssah'ra puts the mop up against the wall and the bucket on the floor and starts to look through various things.
Okay.
He's going to investigate the house.
Are you good at? I forget. Is Nazirr actually good at plants?
Is Nazirr good at plants?
Yes. Yeah.
No.
That's a fun question.
Yeah, it's like, what is plants?
Are you proficient in tree?
Yeah, that's exactly how I worded it. Hey, are you? You're a druid. You good with tree? Can you do tree and plants?
What are your opinions on grass?
Basically, I was gonna see if Nazirr had the capability to kind of investigate this. Was this a vegetable plot?
Yeah, there's a little vegetable plot over there.
Yeah. We haven't looked outside.
An herb
Yeah,
garden,
That's a
basically.
good question. Yeah.
So you got the little
Benny's
herb
gonna
garden.
Sweep up. Oh, sorry.
Behind the house, you've got this fruiting tree out in front of the house. Benny, you and Ssah'ra are tidying up. Ssah'ra's
Yeah,
investigating.
Do I find anything sweeping up? I'm not just gonna mindlessly put everything in a pile. What am I sweeping?
There's just broken bits of debris on the floor. The place looks like it's been ransacked. But as you guys spend a couple minutes kind of putting it back together, obviously you don't know what was here because you've never visited before. But as you're kind of putting things back together and taking stock of what furniture has been pushed over, what might have been broken or opened, you don't get the sense that anything was taken from here.
So it was just not pillaged, but well, I guess it would be pillaged. Yeah.
Are there any?
Nazirr nods to the
plundering would
monkey
be
and
the
says,
steal.
I think it was pillaged.
Yeah.
Are there any papers lying around that identify anything or any?
No, nothing of that
objects
sort.
What type of tools were used in the destruction? It wasn't
The-
animal claws or anything. It was just
Does it look like a person who
Hammers.
used to live here?
Ssah'ra, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Yeah, Ssah'ra hasn't done that yet.
Maybe
Maybe.
right?
Yeah, if you're exhausted still.
Screw all you. Hey, a 3 and a 4. Great.
It's hard, other than it being in disarray and not being able to see anything gone. You don't see any evidence that any of the cabinets have been broken or that any of the furniture has been opened and looked through. All the damage looks surface level, so things have been knocked off of shelves and furniture has been tipped over. But the chests have been thrown open. Sahn, you swim for a few moments and reach the bottom of the pond. Much, much, much deeper than you would expect. It's almost like you're swimming through a wide well more than a pond as you get to the bottom. The stone in the bottom are stone, or the sides and the bottom are stone.
Okay. But is there light down here? Is that why I couldn't see it? There's no light, or
There's no light. It is dark. You know
okay,
you
so
know
I
that
just
you've,
feel the edges.
yeah, you know that you've reached the bottom once you put your feet down there.
All right, I'll swim back up, and
Okay.
then I'll hydrokinesis all the water off myself so I don't freeze to death up here.
Okay. It's chilly, but it's not freezing like you were when you were suspended in the column of air.
Okay. I guess I'll go over here where everybody else is.
As you come back,
And I'll share my findings on the well and the spring.
there is an actual well off to the side of the tree here, which I think is
The
darling.
reservoir, the irrigation reservoir in the spring.
Yeah.
I'll take a look down that well, though. Now I'm curious.
Yeah, it looks like a standard well.
Is there water at the bottom of it?
There's water somewhere in there, yeah. There's a winch.
Does
with
it look like about the same depth as the spring? As a pond?
Hard to say, but it wouldn't surprise you.
Okay.
So you guys go ahead and take the benefits of a short rest. If nobody's going to do anything more strenuous than just kind of tidy up the house.
I would like to investigate the back herb garden and what kind of fruit is on this tree.
Not a kind of fruit. They're recognizable, but the weird thing is there's all kinds of fruit on the tree. It's growing peaches, and it's growing apples, and there are melon vines, and there are bunches of grapes, and there are bunches of bananas, and there's a couple of more exotic fruits that you haven't seen before, all growing out of the same kind of tree.
Nerium like looks around and she says, "Did we slip into the Feywild?"
It's possible.
Like, because I think my grandmother had one of those trees growing in her front yard.
The suggestion that you slipped into the Feywild gets a very broad look of a smile of acknowledgement from Phil.
What is that? What's the broad smile of acknowledgement for, Phil?
He just likes the idea that he's fallen into the Feywild by falling up. That seems very appropriate to him.
Okay.
Yeah, normally I fall sideways.
I mean, you don't fall down into the Feywild. Like to get into the Feywild, you got to go in at like you got to go in at an angle.
Nerium, can
What?
you actually figure out if we are in the Feywild?
I mean, the Feywild is a very big place with lots and lots of different tiers of bullshit.
Okay,
So,
can we detect the
no.
bullshit?
No.
You can't like smoke a leaf and see if it reminds you.
Benny holds up a cigar and says, "It's not helping."
Phil insists that he'll know if he's in the Feywild or not next time he sleeps.
That's handy.
For what it's worth, this doesn't look like what happens when Benny slips sideways, right?
Yeah, Benny, I've slipped sideways. It doesn't look like this.
Yeah.
Typically,
I
no.
imagine it's more lush.
Has anyone investigated that boat?
Not yet.
Well, we were asked to. Somebody was rude to the large, intimidating, multi-headed creature over there, and we were asked to vacate his island. So,
Does that
We're
include
actually-
the other 2 islands? 3 islands?
We were asked to retire, which we sort of did.
Have any of you tried to go into the stables?
Every time I approach, the Chimera comes back out.
Have you asked the Chimera if you can go into the stables?
if somebody
I'm
does, I
actually
don't think
looking
it should
back
be
at my
Benny.
notes. Yeah, I'm actually looking at my notes here. I don't know
You
if
did
I asked
not-
to go inside. No.
You haven't, but I don't
Yeah.
think you should. You've pissed it off.
Nerium, can you go talk to the monster thingy and see if it can tell us how to, first off, where we are, and second off, how to leave? I got a kite.
Those
yeah,
are
it might work,
those are the
but-
questions that Benny asked, for what it's worth, and he got basically no response.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Benny, Nerium has tits.
Oh, I'm sorry that the 4-headed creature didn't find my man boobs alluring.
I mean,
They're all covered up in armor right now.
Yes, and I'll pat him on the shoulder. Yes, your pecs are very nice. Do not worry.
Yeah,
Do not.
damn
do not
right
feel-
they are. And he kisses Nazirr.
Yeah, I guess I'll shrug and be like, he's like, sure. If he tries to eat me,
We'll save you.
We'll let him get the first nibble, and then we'll come help.
So
It's okay. I'll spit you right out.
Nerium, you're going across the bridge alone?
Yeah.
As you approach the stable, the creature comes back around, takes up position on the path in front of you.
He goes, hello, and I'll introduce myself and be like, say, can you tell me about yourself? Like, do we even have this creature's name?
It has not given you a name.
It's not giving us a...
Yeah, it's like we don't even have your name.
Looks down. Says, I have the honor to be a servant of the venerable Queen Ea.
Is that your full Christian name? Like,
It regards you coolly. Give me an insight check.
sure. That is a 14.
14. You get the sense that this is a patient creature, but it is not infinitely patient.
He goes, okay. So, I think I was here when he introduced himself as a prisoner, right?
When they first approached, it asked what business they had with Queen Ea's prisoner.
Yeah. May I ask why? Would it cause affront if I asked you why you were imprisoned here?
He tells you that he's not. He is guardian of this place, not prisoner.
You introduced yourself as Queen Ea's prisoner earlier, so...
He didn't.
Oh.
He said, what business have you with Queen Ea's prisoner?
And then Nerium goes, I understand. You're guarding whoever lives in that. You're the guard of whoever lives in that.
Indicating
And I'll point
the cottage?
Yeah.
The creature replies somewhat sardonically, you are very astute.
Are you aware there's nobody in the cottage?
Seems to regard the cottage lazily for a moment, and it's full of people who are tidying up inside.
Well, I mean, like, there was nobody in the cottage except that small monkey when we arrived. I clarify.
Perhaps I should give you the opportunity to state your business clearly and concisely.
I'm not sure what I should say here because our stated goal for coming to the island was to find a Nereid or another elemental spirit, correct?
Specifically a Nereid, yeah. Double Owl had old rumors that if there was an island in the middle of the mirage, he didn't seem too confident that there was. The expectation there was you were going to go to this place, find out that it was pointless, and then go back to the boat and have to agree to putting Nunk into the earring.
Can I make a suggestion, Nerium? Can you what if you ask if you can visit with a prisoner and be assured that the prisoner is still safe and okay? You want to check on the status or the health of the prisoner.
Well, first I'll declare our goal. It's like we're looking for a spirit of water.
Okay.
We were told that there might be one in this general vicinity.
And it says simply, I understand. Then it lays down on its stomach with its massive paws out in front of it, regarding you with 3 of its 4 heads.
Benedict scoffs, seeing all this.
Yeah, Nerium's not having any more luck than you did.
Oh, I thought she was having tremendous luck.
Is So is there anything you could tell me about your queen?
The creature says, as Ssah'ra is slithering her way across the bridge, Queen Ea will indulge neither your curiosities nor your indulgences, and neither shall I any longer. And at that, it stretches out the individual joints of its paws, these enormous white lion paws with massive claws, scratching against the earth in front of it, sending what I would hope to be a very clear message.
Ssah'ra will point to the boat and say, "Is that how we leave?"
The creature suggests that you leave by going back the way you came.
Ssah'ra glances over the side.
It's a long drop.
Is this another one of those water things?
On the other side of the island? Over here?
Yeah.
Yes, looking over, you see another rock with a spring gurgling out from it. Although this water is just kind of trickling down off the rock and then down over the side of the island.
Okay.
What's Nazirr doing?
I don't have any
Trying
real
not to.
contribute, and I'm also trying not to die.
So Benny will come over and say, "Ha! Not so easy, huh, Nerium? I might have an idea, though." And he waves her over. And then let's just all kind of reconvene here. So Benny will say, "Watching your conversation, it sort of went how mine did. Like, it was cordial enough at first and then got irritated. But
Why
it's
don't
enough,
we...
It's
Oh.
enough time to distract it. Maybe Naz could turn into a small creature and sneak inside while it's answering a random question."
A high-pitched whistling from inside the cottage interrupts Benny's speech.
Great.
Nerium goes, "Oh, Thimble, darling, what's going on?"
And as you're approaching the door, Thimble comes out with a tray of teacups and a kettle and begins serving tea to everyone sitting out here in the garden.
Oh, that's nice.
Ssah'ra will take tea.
Yeah.
Well, let's wait. Let's have tea.
Is this
And
a
then-
magic?
They're
Well,
polymorphed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is this monkey been polymorph? Is this monkey like under the effects of a spell?
Not that you can tell.
Okay, so as we're drinking tea, right?
Mhm.
Nerium is like, okay, so he's guarding. He's not the prisoner. He's guarding somebody in this cabin, and I'll ask. I have an hour. Like, we haven't taken a short rest yet, have we?
I've given you guys a short rest because you guys spent some time just kind of tidying up the cottage and
Oh.
poking your heads around.
Okay, I will reactivate the power then using a spell slot. Basically, I'm going to ask Thimble if, just again, yes or no, thumbs up, thumbs downs, if he lives in the cottage alone.
Is Nazirr assisting with this again?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give me that insight check. You can make this check at advantage.
All right. That is a 21.
Okay. What you learn is, and this probably will not come as a surprise, but no, Thimble does not live here alone. But the other person he lives here with is currently trapped in the stable, being guarded by the creature.
Well, that's kind of where I was thinking this. Yeah. Well, that's Benny's recommendation. Is someone start talking to it again, like just waste its time, and then Naz can sneak in while it shapeshifted.
I mean, we're gonna have to fight this creature.
Yeah,
like,
it's going to attack us.
I might be able to talk to
We
it.
don't have to attack the creature outright.
No, but if we give it the first shot at us, it's probably going to be a lot worse. We may as well just charge in head on.
I don't think that that's necessarily true.
What's your suggestion then? I'm pretty sure if Naz tries to spider his way in, he's going to get noticed. This thing has 4 heads.
I mean, are there any spiders here?
You haven't seen any creatures at all on the islands
So no
except for the
insects?
Guardian. No insects, no birds, no rodents, no nothing.
It might be better for me to try and do it. I can be pretty quiet, and I can look exactly like I can metamorph myself to be the exact same color as the rock. I could try and climb underneath here.
I could literally just make you invisible.
Oh, that's good. Seems way less work.
So then is the plan for some of you to engage the creature in conversation while invisible Sahn climbs along the underside of the island? Did I understand that correctly?
That's my best idea.
I think
I'm all open for other suggestions, but
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good idea.
All right.
What if we don't just? What if we just leave it alone and then have Sahn do it? If
Well,
Sahn's
it,
that
it
sneaky,
goes back somewhere.
yeah, but if Sahn's that sneaky, us trying.
Oh my god, you did it again! I can't believe you. It's the quantum chimera.
All right. So we're going to cast invisibility on Sahn. And then who's going to go over and engage the chimera in discussion while Sahn is sneaking across?
Benny's good at pissing people off.
I think
Okay.
all of us should do it because we're all going to get attacked.
Ssah'ra is preparing to get attacked by this thing.
So go ahead and place yourself where you want to be when the conversation starts.
Well,
Place
wherever it's gonna
Phil
start.
somewhere as well. Sahn,
yeah, my plan is to climb to once I'm invisible, become invisible in here, and then climb my way around the rock, under the ladder, around back, and try and get into the building from behind.
okay. How many feet of movement is that from the place where you start climbing?
Are these 5-foot squares?
Yes, these are 5 foot.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how far down this goes, right? Underneath. Like is it a sheer
150.
150,
flat plane?
and you can
Yeah.
do what? 60 in a turn.
Oh, let's see here. So yeah, my movement is 30. If I want to take the penalty for, I'd take a penalty if I'm dashing though, right? I have to move half my speed to not have a penalty for moving quietly.
Correct.
So at 30 a turn is more realistic.
Yes.
Okay. And then do I need to do athletics to hang onto the rock at the same time?
So that's 5 turns you need to make.
Do you have a climb speed?
No.
Oh,
Make
I
sure
thought
I'm
you
doing
did
this
for
right.
some reason.
150. You can go 60 feet in a turn because you're dashing.
Yep. So how many checks do you want me to make, and
I need-
what order and what checks?
I need 3 checks, all athletics.
All right. So first athletics.
Here, have a.
Yep. Have a bardic.
Take a,
What's a
take a bardic with you.
yeah? How big are those?
They're
D8s.
D8s.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to use that immediately.
If you
Oh,
fail,
okay.
you get to keep it. You also might fall to your death. Oh.
Ooh. All right. Well, first of all, does a 5 pass?
5 does not pass.
I would like to spend 2 blips for an automatic. Is it 4 blips for an automatic success?
4 blips for a success.
Down to 1 blip.
Down to 1 blip.
On the plus side, you get to keep the bardic die if you fail.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, that's good.
All right. So the first success was that was a success.
Okay.
Now I roll again. I still have a bardic die. Oh, I'm going to obviously.
Guidance.
I should have guidanced myself before. Speaking in a loud voice for guidance would defeat the purpose of stealth, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be more noticeable.
So, second check. Does a 10 pass?
10 passes.
Okay.
Ooh.
Third check.
It's only DC 10.
That's a 9? Do I have anything I can jink that at all? Nope. So I get 2/3 of the way and then I fail.
Okay. So at this point, so you guys have started engaging the thing in conversation. It's come back around. And you want Phil standing behind you guys here, and it's Ssah'ra, you wanted to circle back up to the side.
Yeah.
The thing is going to prevent you from approaching this close to the stable.
Can I get there?
It'll let you stand on the bridge, and it's going to take up position, actually probably here in front of the path. I mean, it's very, very obvious that it's aware you're trying to fan out and surround it, And such a tactic is not going to work. It has too many heads. It can watch all of you at once. Sahn, you have two options. Failing the check. This is the square you failed on?
Yeah.
Let me move this big treasure box out the way. Let's lock this up here in Raz's house.
Ooh, I get all the treasure.
It's all yours. Your choice from this position is either to drop and fall or clamber up to the top in a way that is very obviously conspicuous.
And falling is like there's none of this thing below us, right?
There's
falling
no falling is falling. Falling
Yeah.
is all the way down.
You do know how to
Really
get that
wish-
but
Really wish I had Featherfall right now. It's sort of against the tenets of the way I'm playing this character.
You could have used a blip.
I
He's
am
like-
out of blips.
Only has one.
I will fumble up to the surface.
Okay. Then yeah, roll initiative.
All right.
is initiative an ability check?
Yeah, because it's your dexterity modifier.
Oh, boo.
It is. It's an ability check. It is not a skill check.
Oh, so much for that 18.
And don't forget to roll for Phil as well. I'm not going to put Thimble on the initiative order.
Oh, he deserves his tea.
Yeah, as Sahn clambers up to the top rather than slip off. I mean, immediately the creature glares over at it with its eagle's head, and the eagle opens its beak and gives out this long, piercing caw. And the thing loses its patience with you, becomes angry.
Who could have possibly foreseen this?
It insists that enemies of Queen Ea shall be cast from the heavens. Who is at the top of my order?
Oh, we didn't
we
roll for
never-
initiative. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, let's see here.
Who did it last
Yeah.
time?
Hey, natural 20, it's not me.
I think it was me.
At 18.
I'll still do it, though.
Oh, I got a 2.
Haha. Picture in picture.
14.
Well, I'll say McDohl is exempt from
Yeah.
the roll today.
Thank you.
Because there's like just a giant frog in his throat.
Well,
So it looks like it's going to be Chris today.
Yeah.
Who's at the top of my order?
Sahn.
So, Sahn, you've pulled yourself up. You're not, like, prone or anything in that square. And nobody is surprised.
So let's see here. These are 5-foot squares. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. It's a large creature. It's in these 4 squares.
Yes.
All right. So I can move to here. Can level my large crossbow at it and take a shot. This has obviously come to violence despite my best efforts.
You tried.
But at that,
And then you rolled,
I
like,
hit
3
an-
ones in a row.
Yeah, that was my... You said nobody was surprised, but I'm honestly surprised that Destil failed at some
My athletics is not great because I'm not a strength-based character. Despite
Oh,
all
I'm
my
aware, but... You
so
still
that's going to
roll
hit
really
an
well.
armor class of. Make sure these are accurate. Okay, that'll hit an armor class of 26.
26 will hit.
Okay, that's a heavy crossbow shot.
You are
Dealing.
no longer invisible.
Oh yeah, that was
you
with
have
advantage because I'm
advantage,
invisible,
yeah.
right?
You,
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, let me actually make sure I don't crit. Almost. So that'll deal 9 piercing damage.
Okay.
Then I'm going to take a shot with my hand crossbow as multi-attack. That'll hit an armor class of 14.
14 will not hit.
Okay, and then I'll take a second shot with a hand crossbow from Crossbow Expert as a bonus action. That hits an armor class of 22.
22 will hit.
Okay. Dealing 7 piercing damage.
Okay. I have to add more tokens to the board now. Let's go with blue. Sahn.
Mhm.
As you put crossbows in this thing, one in its back haunch and then one in its chest beneath the ram's head, the thing roars out in pain and it bleeds a lot. Like a lot more than you would expect the crossbow bolt puncture on a creature this size. But as the blood hits the ground, it immediately transmogrifies into giant insects. that have joined the fray.
Is that normal?
Yes, absolutely normal. Sahn, still on you. Moving or staying put?
That's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
Ssah'ra with 17. So that's fun. Where's the entrance to the stables?
So there are two like stable doors, one here and one here, but above it has been completely boarded up. So now it doesn't look like the stable has an entrance at the moment.
Okay. And I guess to get through, you'd have to strength check to break the door.
Depends on what kind of tool you're using.
Body.
A body?
A crowbar. I can use a crowbar maybe.
Yeah, if you used a crowbar, but
Okay.
might do the trick. You'd have to approach all the way up next to the stable to be able to try to do that, though.
Well, I guess I'll go get eaten or poisoned or whatever the hell's about to happen to me.
As you enter the thing's threat range, you trigger an attack of opportunity.
Of course I do.
This is in addition to damage? Yes, it is in addition to damage. I have a 22 to hit.
Oh, god damn you. Benny, why didn't you give me Shield of Faith?
I haven't had a turn yet.
So that is going to be 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
As the thing's snake tail lashes out and prevents you from approaching the stable, crashes into you, wraps around, and begins constricting tightly, crushing your rib cage. You are grappled.
Okay, that's fun.
And while you're grappled, you are restrained. And while you're restrained, I can't use the tail to attack another target. And unfortunately, you did not get close enough to the stable to try to pry the boards loose.
Oh, I was gonna attack the thing. I was gonna stab it.
Oh, okay. You can still do that then.
Yeah, I would like to stab it. With my disadvantaged attacks.
You double disadvantage because you're restrained.
Yeah, you are
Yay.
disadvantaged for being restrained.
Okay, well. To break the grapple was what? Just strength check?
That's a strength athletics or dex acrobatics.
I want to use my turn to break it, so stab.
Okay. I did clear your level of exhaustion on short rest, did I not?
No.
Okay, if you only had one level of exhaustion, I'm happy to clear it at the end of the short rest that you took. That's why I gave it to you.
Oh,
Maybe
I
I
thought that was long rests for exhaustion.
Oh, then my initiative is different.
Your initiative is where it is.
God damn it.
We're just going to leave you there.
I could have been on 19.
I just think this is really funny.
I'm assuming a 12 doesn't hit.
12 does not hit.
Okay. Second attack?
Listen, I'm willing to own up to my mistakes, except when they're really funny.
Does a 21 hit?
21 does hit, yes.
Okay, so that's going to be 7 points of stabby damage, and sorry, it's been like 3 weeks since we did this.
It's been 4 weeks since we played. We've had 3 weeks off.
Yeah, how do you add again?
I don't. But it's 7 points of slashing. I'm trying to find out what my psychic damage is, my force damage.
I was like int.
Yeah, I think it's a D8 plus int. Sorry.
Oh, that I couldn't tell you. It used to be a D6. It could have improved, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Plus, I need a D8.
That's what we get for not playing for a month.
Right. 7 slashing, 6 force.
It's force damage?
Piercing and force damage, yeah.
Okay. And
6 force damage, and then the butt.
as you do some piercing damage and draw blood from the creature, another giant insect emerges on the floor where the blood spatters.
Do these look related to Sahn in any way?
No, these are giant dragonflies.
Oh. Okay, and does a 20 hit?
20 does hit. This is the butt, so this is bludgeoning damage.
This is bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And it's going to be 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice, nice.
That's some good butt.
How's this thing looking?
Still pretty healthy. Still pretty good. And the bludgeoning strike does not draw blood and does not cause another dragonfly to emerge when the blood hits the ground. So you're still grappled and restrained by the creature, and there are now dragonflies on the field.
Fun times.
Who's next?
Nazir's next. Nazirr, and then your monster.
Okay, give me 1 sec.
Oh, really? That's slashing? God damn it.
Yeah, Nazir's gonna move over here. Touch Phil's quiver. Cast Flame Arrow on it.
Okay.
So he's got 12 shots of an extra d6 fire damage.
So that does not change his piercing damage to fire. It gives him fire on top of the piercing that's already there.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Correct. And Nazir's going to step away from Phil. Let's see, that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Bonus action. I'm going to use a wild shape use to activate the of Adrex the Supportive.
Okay.
And yeah, that's going to be the end of my turn.
All right. Who's next?
Your monster, your chimera.
All right. So I get to multi-attack here.
Yeah. Thanks, Benny, for not using Shield of Faith on me.
Yeah,
Oh,
Penny.
I would if I didn't have disadvantage erroneously.
It's not time to use the breath weapon. So let's do a tail
Actually, I
attack
probably
first. I don't have to roll to hit with a tail attack because he's just using it to throw
Wait.
Ssah'ra off the island.
Aren't you grappled? Oh,
Yeah, I'm grappled.
We'll resolve that in a second. That's one of its attacks. It's going to leap into the air and swoop down onto the ground here. So this position, I've got 3 of you in my threat range.
okay.
Correct? All right. So I have a claw and a head attack that I get to use now. Let's do claw first. This is a very complicated creature. I'm looking at 3 different places here. So
Very technical monster.
very technical monster. So Nazirr, you're going to eat the thing's charge attack. Let's do that first.
Gross.
Oh, actually, let me double check that I've got. I've got 60 feet of fly speed. So technically, it would have to leap into the air, circle around, and swoop towards you to make sure that it gets at least 20 feet of run up. But it can hit you with a charge. That's going to be a 18 to hit.
That hits.
So 12 points of bludgeoning damage from the ram's horns.
Sure.
And I need a strength saving throw, please.
Okay. Nat 20.
Nat 20. You hold your ground against the thing, and it's a good thing you do because the force of the strike digs your boot heels into the earth. If you had not passed that save, excellent chance you would have flown backwards off the island. And then I got claws happening here.
Yield? No yield.
You know what? I'm going to give the claws to Sahn because Sahn was the one sneaking around down there.
Sahn is invisible.
No, he
That's
doesn't.
not- he
It's
No,
out.
he's fired.
Oh, okay.
Sahn, I have a 24 to hit.
That hits.
It's going to be 13 slashing damage
Mm-hmm.
from the claws. Ssah'ra,
Yeah. So I was grappled, and then something happened.
yeah, he just flung you out of his tail off the island. So I want
Chance
you
I can grab the tail.
0 chance you can grab the tail. Instead, what I want you to do is roll a d8.
Eight.
8, okay? Bad things happen to you, but not as bad as you might be expecting. Because the first thing that goes through your mind is, well, that's it. Thanks, everyone.
The next character is going to be even worse.
Right. What happens, though, is you're kind of bracing yourself for the longest fall of your life, the end of which you are sure is not going to be pleasant. What actually happens is you fail to fall through the blasting, buffeting winds underneath the island. And roll me 2d10, please.
10 and a 4. That's a 14 if you want the sum.
You find yourself whipped, buffeted around by winds here and there, and you see the island pass overhead as you get are flying under it. You find yourself extremely disoriented, but you're not falling. What happens is you fall a certain amount of time, and you hit this cushion of wind that whips you back up. You're still not in a great position, and you're not sure how you're going to move in this, but you're not falling down towards the ocean. You're being buffeted around randomly at the whims of the wind beneath the island.
And my hang glider's on the other island.
Right.
Oh no.
So I've got 3 of you in my threat range. The creature, that was it for him. All right, I'm happy with that. Who's next?
Phil.
Next up is going to be yellow,
Phil, with an F.
followed by blue.
Who this week is playing the role of Phil?
I have no idea. Who was playing Phil last week?
Nobody. Last week was New Year's.
4 weeks ago.
We don't have his character sheet.
I have it handy. Let me do it. I just got to. Let me see. Multi-attack.
Also, last time it was me, so requesting to not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Bonus action, Hunter's Mark.
Remember, Phil has flame arrows.
Yep. And 2 + 7 attacks. That is a 16 to hit
That'll hit.
and a nat 20.
Also hits.
All right, and he's got a short bow. All right.
Plus a D4 fire damage on top.
Is it a D4 or a D6 for flame
Or
arrows?
D6, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. So- all right. First attack is. What is his damage modifier? Plus 4 piercing. So that's 5 piercing, 5 fire.
Okay. And that's going to, the piercing damage at least, is going to create another insect.
And that's 9 piercing and 5 fire for the second attack.
Okay. That second attack is also going to create an insect, and the creature is bloodied, so it's going to take its bloodied reaction. I'm going to start with the tail.
Oh, I you know what? I used Hunter's Mark. So in addition to that, also add an additional 11 damage on that, please.
Sure. Why
Just-
not?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to use Hunter's Mark.
I have a 17 to hit Sahn with the tail.
No.
I have... I have a 12 to headbutt Benny.
Oh no.
I have a 13 to hit Nazirr with the claw.
No, that does not hit.
Nothing? Man, this is a
Nothing.
good monster too. All right, that was his his
surprised.
bloodied reaction. It's still Phil's turn.
Okay. Well, he's used his action, his bonus action, and 5, 10, 15. That is the end of Phil's turn.
All right, who's next?
Looks like
Phil's blue.
insects.
Dragonflies.
Yeah, all 5 of them.
Oh, did Nazirr not get one?
Is your
Nah.
turn?
Let's fly one down to Nazirr instead of giving
You
Phil
want
two.
to fly one to Ssah'ra?
No, I think Ssah'ra's got her own problems.
Does that provoke an attack of opportunity from Benny?
From what?
From this?
Probably went this way.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
probably.
Unless it triggers when it enters your threat range, the one that.
I
can-
was hoping maybe you're like, oh, you know what? I've been mean to Raz enough.
That's not how I roll, and you know it.
I know. I
Listen,
thought I'd try.
if
that.
anyone-
it's a new
if you
year.
see-
I thought you turned over a new leaf.
No, I like this
If
leaf.
Oh.
If it's anybody he's being mean to, it's Sahn. Or no, Ssah'ra.
All right, I've got a 25 to hit Phil
That
Sure.
hits.
I bet that hits.
for 7 points of piercing damage.
All right.
I have a 10 to hit Benny.
No.
I have a 25 to hit Nerium
Yeah, that hits.
for 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay. So 30.
I have an 11 to hit Nazirr,
11 does not hit.
and I have an 18 to hit Sahn. I'm sorry, a 16 to hit Sahn.
That doesn't hit.
All right. So yeah, the dragonflies fan out. The air fills with the drone of their buzz as they start nibbling on you. Nibbles. Who's next?
Nibbles. Looks like it's Nerium.
You're sick. Stop.
Well, Chris ain't saying anything,
He's
so
sick, but he's diligent. Nerium, go ahead.
Nerium is yeah.
Okay. I need a. Let's see. What kind of saving throw is this? I need a charisma saving throw from 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With the exception of the one on Phil, I need a charisma saving throw from every other creature.
So all 4 dragonflies and the chimera.
And the chimera. Your DC is 15.
Chimera fails.
Okay.
3. I'm sorry. No, all of the dragonflies failed. Every big fails across the board. On my
Okay.
innocent monsters that didn't do anything wrong.
They are all under the effects of Bane. They subtract a D4 from all attack roll. Is it attack roll? Is it?
Yeah.
Let me double check this because it's not quite the exact same as Bless.
Oh, it's not the opposite of bless. Oh, okay.
Saving throw. It makes an attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
That's
It
exact
doesn't
opposite
affect-
of Bless.
Well, it doesn't affect skill checks. Is what it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
what it's
wow.
not saying. So yeah, attack rolls and saving throws subtract a D4, and I'm going to also apply my cutting words to the chimera. So the chimera's next saving throw also subtract an additional D8.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Do I have a saving throw against cutting words?
No, it just happens.
Okay.
It's my bard
Benny?
die.
Benny is up next.
Bear with me one second.
So-
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold that thought.
Mm-hmm.
I've been holding
Okay.
up the entire initiative track.
Benny, go ahead.
Benny's gonna take out his mace.
Yep.
Bonus action. He's gonna cast Thunderous Smite, so his mace starts crackling,
Sure.
and then his action is to attack the big dude.
Okay.
Oh, God damn! Are you kidding me? I have an 8 to hit.
8 will not hit.
All right, second attack.
we are the unluckiest pirates ever.
Listen,
There
my
you go.
monster's been rolling terribly too, so let's
I have 17 to hit.
maybe count our chickens, and they're only one and it's Treble. 17 will hit.
17. Okay, I'm gonna smite.
Sure.
So let's see here. So weapon.
He's using all my. He's using my.
Thunderous. 3d8.
Damn, he's using my. My bardic dice. I was gonna like curse the creature.
Whoa. Okay, that's really good. So 8 bludgeoning,
Okay.
8 thunder,
8 thunder. Okay.
20 radiant.
And that's enough. When you blast this thing with radiant damage, you crash into it with its mace, and its body ripples, feathers go flying, and it tumbles over backwards.
Oh, it does better. It gets launched 10 feet.
And then it goes crashing into the back of the stable, tumbling
Yeah.
over barrels.
So it looks like Benny just basically Hadoukened it.
Yeah, the thing moves no more.
I'm gonna stand here.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. So now that the big guy is gone, we just got to mop up some insects. How about we take a 15-minute break?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So that was Benny's turn, right? So when we come back,
Yes,
we
we're
are
back
at the top of the
back
order.
on Sahn.
Beautiful.
We're back on the top.
I'm
Yeah.
going to drop the curtains here. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Let's reconvene at about 4:30.
See you in a bit.
Hmm. Hmm.
Howdy, howdy. You don't have to have a conversation if you don't want to. You're recovering.
Yeah, no. I might chime in.
What was your question?
None. I just said hi.
Oh, well, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm out of tea.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I'm also out of mints.
McDohl took it all. He needs it.
It's not
Yeah.
hot tea. It's cold tea.
Oh, that's not as refreshing.
I mean, not as
Damn it, I
refreshing.
need some hot tea.
Well, when you're sick.
Yeah, I need hot tea.
I have rum, but I don't think that'll help.
No.
And carbonated water. That's the limit of the liquids in my office here.
I have I am out of my peppermints that I bought, so I'm also sad there. I got these really they're called they're spiced peppermints. It's just they just have cinnamon in them. They're really
Oh,
good.
interesting.
That would kill my throat.
I was gonna say I thought that they might actually have like jalapeno. Like I could see that being a thing that was actually not bad.
Just drinking water.
I bought over the holiday a box of peppermint bark from Costco, and we're still working on it. It's sort of my favorite holiday thing. Just a little bit of chocolate with candy cane crumpled on top.
Orange juice is kind of my my comfort drink while I'm sick.
I don't
You
know
know,
what I drink when I'm sick.
It'd have to be a comfort drink. Orange juice is so freaking expensive.
It is.
I only really get orange juice when I go to a restaurant, so I haven't bought a thing of it in a long time. I bet buying like a glass of orange juice is probably as expensive as the carafe itself.
I don't buy orange juice because okay, so most orange juices are fortified with calcium, and
Yes.
that counteracts my thyroid medicine. So I
Mm,
Oh yeah.
yeah, calcium counteracts thyroid medicine for
Do not move to California. The hard water here will kill you.
so it's weird about it's just a very weird thing. It's like so like if I wanted to have orange juice, I would have to wait 4 hours until I can have calcium and calcium related things after 4 hours.
Yeah,
mhm.
you just need time for your medicine to uptake.
So, but like when I wake up in the morning, it's like if I want like I don't know.
Take some ibuprofen.
Yeah, it's like orange juice is not an afternoon drink for me.
I wouldn't drink orange juice in the afternoon in general, I think.
But yeah, it's I found that out. I'm like going to the doctor's like I feel like shit. Why? Like he's like, wow, your thyroid levels are really low. Like you haven't been taking your medicine. I've been taking it every day. Well, let's go through what you've been eating and drinking.
Yeah. Can you make your own orange juice? Like buy like a juicer and squeeze it? I mean, I know that's effort, but
I mean, I could. It like regular orange juice is fine. It's literally just because they fortify most of it with with
right.
calcium.
Yeah, no, I mean to get around the calcium thing, you could just make your own orange juice.
I could, but I'm not.
I don't know if it. Well, I don't remember how long it keeps. When I was a kid, I got to make orange juice all the time because we have an orange orchard on our property.
Like oranges are like I would rather just eat the orange, to be honest.
Well,
So,
I mean that's also an alternative. You get the juice along with the pulp and stuff. I would also rather just eat the orange myself.
apparently, Konami has been working on a original Metal Gear Solid remake to release shortly after they released the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, which I'm thinking they already did that. It's called Twin Snakes.
Aren't they supposed to be working on Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster?
Yeah.
Has there been any news about that?
Nope, they announced it and literally radio silent since then. I'm convinced that it is going to, like, the final release date is going to be within a few weeks of that Elucidian Chronicles, because they have done that with every single one of their other like compilations that they released. Like the Castlevania ones, like that first one came out within a week or two of whatever Bloodstain game was out that around that time, and the Castlevania Advance Collection came out within a week or two of some update they did for the main Bloodstain game.
Nope. It's just my phone telling me to go upstairs.
Oh, there's Raz's booty call.
No, it's my alarm. Although, to be fair, my phone was right next to my butt, so you were like 80% correct.
Hello, this is Butt.
Hello, this is Butt. Your
Yeah.
butt, who dis?
Old butt. Is Destil server muted? Somebody hit a button.
I hope not.
Yeah, he is server muted. He can unserver mute himself, so
Maybe that's just
Oh, I
his
didn't-
mute button.
I thought that was something that somebody else did. Yeah.
I don't have the capability to do that. I don't think.
He is busy for something.
I have been.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounded gross.
Cough.
Your noise gate is doing like 99% of the work, and the 1% that slips through sounds like you're speaking in tongues.
I'm dying.
Oh no, don't die.
It's the demons being expelled from your lungs. That's what we're hearing.
Well, can they do it when my throat isn't dying?
Ugh.
So you guys have been talking about Satisfactory, and like I got to look in. So I bought my niece a laptop for a combination of her Christmas and birthday because she needed one for school. And they were just going to be like, yeah, we're just going to go buy any old laptop. And I'm like, no, let's get her a good one that'll last her more than like 6 months from like something you get at Walmart. Yeah. So I was like looking through like Humble Bundle to see what like random ass games I had. And apparently there was a copy of Satisfactory in there, so I just put it on my Steam account. I will never play that, but I have it.
You should. It's amazing.
I'm back.
There are lots of amazing games I can never play.
Chris, you need to come see my inverted pyramid. It is really ridiculous.
Who are we still waiting on here?
Destil needs a few minutes.
Okay.
Treble, is that Persona Tactics game any good?
I haven't played it yet.
Listen, we're all on the same page that... Let me check the calendar here. We're what, like 3 weeks away from Yakuza Infinite Wealth?
Yeah, and we'll never see or hear from me again.
Nope,
I'll just be playing that.
That'll be it for me. I put over 100 hours into that.
For the next 6 months.
I was down for the count for a while.
How many? I think it was like 99 hours. Is what I played.
It's coming out on the 25th.
Yeah.
And then 2 weeks later, Persona 3 remake, and then 2 weeks later after that, Final Fantasy 7. So
Keep releasing good games. Don't
wow, 154 hours it took me to beat Like a Dragon.
I'm already like pre-mad about Final Fantasy 7. Like I haven't even played the game yet. I'm already like butthurt about it.
Why?
Just because I dislike how they're chopping the story up in such a... It's like not a remake, it's a sequel, but they're calling it a remake because if they called it a sequel, then it would be a spoiler. And now we gotta... I don't like any of it.
Well, it's not a remake, it's a rebirth.
So like they called it a remake because Nomura has his head so far up his own butt.
Yeah.
Like that's why it's called remake, because it's not he's remaking the story. It's a whole thing like that, like you just don't get, man.
It's a sequel. No, I do get it. I get it. Like, absolutely.
Like
Right,
part 2 is rebirth. We all knew part 3 is reunion, right?
Sure.
Like, Yeah.
Is it? I don't think it is going to be reunion because I think they released that.
It has to be.
What was in it?
There's one other word.
Well, what is
I will
the-
lose my shit if it's not reunion.
I will throw my hat down, sir.
I have a $500 bet in Vegas on this. No, I would take that bet. Like,
Well, I don't think it's reunion because Crisis Core was reunion. The remake of Crisis Core.
oh no, don't say that.
Yeah, that. Crisis
Oh, I
Core-
didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
fuck
I don't.
off.
I don't think it's going to be reunion.
You can just both be
Oh.
reunion.
I don't know what word it would be then.
Revolutions.
No, that's too long.
Rejigger.
Rejigger. Reconstitute.
It's just gonna be Final Fantasy VII.
This is not a Kingdom Hearts game.
Re7.
Re 7 over 385 days.
You know what? I'll gain respect back for this project if like the second one coming out completes the story and the third one is a remake of the remake. That's what it's gonna take.
That's no. Don't be like that.
I'm already
That would
like
not make-
that.
That would not make you happy. That would just make you even more like
It would make me
jaded about it.
spitefully intrigued, which is as close as I get to happy.
Here's my
fair.
question. When the next part comes out, can I start over at level 1 in the first part and play continuously until the end of the second part?
No.
Or am I going to have to stop at the end of the first part and then load my save
Yeah.
externally into the second part?
I don't even think it'll load your
I
save.
imagine-
You're going to start over at
I-
level 1 regardless.
I imagine there will be some sort of carryover effect.
I finished Final Fantasy VII Remake with like 6,000 hit points and maximum items and all this. There's no way.
Oh yeah, I was like level 40.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be like what other rewords are there? Revenge. Final Fantasy VII remake. Revenge.
I feel like I need revenge on them.
Okay.
It's probably going to
I'm
be
back.
like
All right.
Return or Revelation or something.
It's gonna be revival. Come on. They're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
fuck with the audience. It's gonna be revival.
Yeah, Revival is. Yeah,
Oh, that's good actually.
Destil's right.
They're
no.
gonna fuck with the audience. It's revival. This isn't like up for debate.
By the way, Sephiroth's a good guy in this story. Like that's the big twist. It's gonna turn out Sephiroth's a good guy.
I don't think so. I think he's irredeemable.
Is that a
I think
$500 bet you're
Sephiroth-
willing to take?
Yeah, actually.
yeah, I would actually.
I feel like Sephiroth is a gaslighting little bitch, is what he is.
Yeah.
It's going to turn out that Sephiroth is actually Tifa.
All right. So we're back at the top of our order, and
Really quickly, because this might actually affect something. When I did my Thunder Smite, the crash of thunder that was heard on this space radiates outward 300 feet.
yeah,
I don't know if that's important for you to know.
Ssah'ra heard it.
Yeah, I heard it.
Everybody heard it, and like anything over here or whatever might have heard it too. But that's it. Yeah.
All right. Who's the top of my order?
Sahn is next.
All right, so you're gonna get a
Aw.
pair of AOs as I move to here.
Okay. Just one is in. Oh no,
Both of these.
that's right. They're both taking up one square. For some reason, I was thinking they were 10-foot squares. Yeah, they're both gonna. Looks like probably 2 misses though. I've got a 12 to hit and a 13 to hit.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. So for my action, I pull a rope and my other item interaction. I'm gonna get my rope and my
Oh, I got
some
a
pit
grapple.
pythons from my climber's kit out of my pack
Okay.
and hammer a python into the ground here next to this well.
Sahn,
And
I
there's
have a rope and a grappling hook.
You're
Well,
flying off the island.
As a
Floating
bonus
off of
action,
nowhere.
I'm going to take the other a python hammered into the other end of the rope and transduction it over to Ssah'ra.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll grab the rope.
So your action is to
So that-
send the rope out, and then it's Ssah'ra's action.
My
I'll-
action is to fasten the rope here, and then my bonus action is using the cape to bonus action manifest transduction to telekinetically bring the other end of the rope out to her.
Okay. And then you're staying put in that square?
Sahn, are you sure?
Yeah, that's good for me.
Are you sure you want to do that? Because I can also telekinetically move things.
Well, it's already done.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's done. He literally cannot take backsies.
All right, who's next?
After that is Ssah'ra.
All right, so yeah, Ssah'ra, go ahead and Do you have any like spells or class features that are going to help you grab hold of the rope as you go flying past?
Well, didn't Sahn basically just put it in my hand?
He threw it out there towards you. I'm going to
use this transduction thing.
Right, but I'm going to require a check on your behalf to grab hold of it, unless you've got some way to make it easier for yourself to grab hold of it.
Yeah, I got telekinetic movement. I'll just move it to my hand.
Okay, what are you doing that with?
Psionic power, telekinetic movement.
Does that take an action or what?
As an action, yep.
Okay, so that's your action. Is your action, without needing to make a roll or anything, you just grab the end of the rope, pull it towards you, grasp hold of it with your arms.
And yeah, I can't start pulling myself up yet.
Yeah, let's use your movement to pull yourself along the rope.
Yeah. So much movement. Difficult terrain or what?
No, because you're just pulling yourself up along a rope.
I imagine it's rather pleasant terrain, actually.
So you pull yourself back up onto
A
the
silk
island.
rope, not none of that hemp shit.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
It's smooth and featureless.
You're not even really pulling yourself against gravity because you're just going to be buffeting around by the wind. So you're just kind of reeling yourself in. Yeah, you have no difficulty at all. One arm over the other, grabbing this rope and pulling yourself back to safety.
Okay, in that case, I will use my bonus action to heal some.
Okay. Then who's next?
After that is Nazirr, followed by dead guys. Big guy's dead. And
Yeah, he's dead. All right. Nazirr.
How wounded does Benny look right now?
Oh, Benny is more than his maximum hit points.
What?
I have 50.
Okay.
I have aid still.
Oh, okay.
I have 53 of 49.
Then yeah, I'll hit these dragonflies with a wither and bloom.
Okay.
These two dragonflies near me within 10 feet
Sure.
need to make a Constitution saving throw. I want to say
A 6 and a 15.
15 passes, 6 does not.
I'll let you pick which one of those passes if it matters to you.
Not especially.
Are you subtracting? Did you subtract the D4?
I did not. That's going to turn that 15 into a 13.
Well, then both of them failed.
Very good. Do what you got to do.
Take 2d6 necrotic damage.
Nerium, we love you.
Listen,
Me
I have
too.
one trick.
It's a good trick, though.
Is it a ghost trick?
7 points of necrotic damage to the things,
Okay.
and I will give myself a hit die.
And then moving or staying put?
D8 plus 4. I'm good here.
All right. Who's next?
Phil is up next, followed by your dragonflies.
Cool.
All right.
5.
Arrow number 1 on. Actually, does he have? What is his options?
You have disadvantage, don't you? Because of this.
You only have disadvantage if you're shooting something in melee with you.
Phil wouldn't have disadvantage attacking any of the dragonflies south of him.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, I also get extra healing, because that's why I put that up.
You know what? All right. Phil is going to pull out his scimitar and, well, actually, no. He's going to shoot this guy and this guy
Okay.
with an arrow each. I think, since he's got the flaming arrows.
Very good.
All right. The north one, it is an 18 to hit on this one.
That does hit.
All right. He takes 5 piercing, 6 fire.
And he is bloodied.
And the one to the directly next to Nazirr. That is a 14 to hit.
A 14 will not hit.
Okay. And bonus action, move the hunter's mark, because I forgot to do this, to this one.
Okay.
Should have done this beforehand. Listen, I haven't messed with Hunter's Mark.
Haven't rangered for a while.
Yeah. I have never rangered.
And that's it for Phil.
That is it for Phil.
Who's next?
Dragonflies followed by Nerium.
Dragonflies. Everybody's going to stay on who they've got, but this one's going to follow Sahn. All right, starting up at the top on Phil. That is a 22 to hit Phil.
Subtract the the one up top does not subtract.
Correct.
This is the only one that didn't. So
Correct.
yeah, that hits Phil.
All right, it's going to be 5 points of piercing damage. Okay. I've got one on Benny. 24 to hit Benny.
24 will hit.
Minus the D4.
Yep.
Okay.
For 7 points of piercing damage.
I'm going to assume from now on you have that.
For Nerium,
Yes.
that's going to be an 11 to hit.
No.
For Nazirr, that's going to be a 15 to hit.
15 hits.
15 hits.
Yep.
For
you
6
know
points
what?
of piercing damage.
No. Absolutely not. Silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs
Yeah. Couldn't he use that on the Chimera yet?
is
With the Dragonfly?
still a 15 to hit.
Okay. Benny.
Thank you.
Benny,
Yeah,
what?
so- Give me some damage, Brickred.
So, what happens with Benny first?
I have
It's
advantage
advantage.
on the next turn.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Silvery
Six,
barbs.
6 points of piercing damage from the Dragonfly's bite. And Sahn turns into a 1.
That would not hit. No.
Nope. Those are Dragonflies. Who's next?
All right, next up is Nerium.
All right. The dragonfly on me. Make me a wisdom saving throw, please. Your DC is 15.
16.
Okay.
That was with a D4.
Okay. Bonus action. Ssah'ra, please have a bardic inspiration die.
DC 10 Constitution saving throw.
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Who's next?
Pass. Oh wait, no pass. Phil with an F loses fire arrow.
Okay.
All right, next up is going to be Benny.
Benny takes his longsword back out
Gross.
and wags it at this monster. I have a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
5 non-magical slashing,
Okay.
and we'll do it again. I have a 13 or 12 to hit.
12 will not hit.
12 not hit. I'll stay where I'm at.
All right. Who's next?
After Benny, it's going to be Sahn.
So, I'm going to go ahead and shoot this one. I've got sharpshooter, so no disadvantage.
Sure.
Going to use the sharpshooter bonus, heavy crossbow. So that'll hit an armor class of 9.
9 will not hit.
I will take multi-attack and same sharpshooter bonus with hand crossbow. That'll hit a 7.
7 will not hit.
And another sharpshooter bonus action hand crossbow. There we go. That'll hit a 22.
22 will hit.
Dealing 14 piercing damage.
Okay. And that is enough. First dragonfly drops to the ground and dies.
Only 14?
Oh no, you're right. That's 19, but it doesn't
Yeah, I
matter.
was gonna say.
14 was enough.
Yeah, well,
Sahn, moving or staying put?
I'm fine here.
All right. Who's next?
Next up is Ssah'ra. So Benny's got 2, but he's fine. He's got 1. Let's go save Nazirr.
Okay. Is Nazirr in need of saving?
He's always in need of saving.
no, he's just fine as he is.
Who's the
Nazirr is a maiden. Haven't you realized that?
Who's the damsel in distress in the
Nazirr.
party? Nazirr or Nerium?
Ssah'ra.
That's a 26.
26 will hit.
Ssah'ra's definitely the most princess.
It's going to be 10 points of piercing damage.
And that's enough. The second dragonfly drops dead.
He'll go save the other damsel.
Okay.
Damsel or damselfly?
No, dragonfly.
Oh,
Damsel
sorry.
die. Does a 12 hit?
12
I was
does
talking
not
about
hit.
Nerium, by the way.
You do have a bard die.
Oh, we do. Let's use that. 12. If a 12 misses, then yeah.
Yep.
That's going to become a 17.
17 will hit.
For 10 points of piercing damage.
And it is bloodied.
Only bloodied.
Only bloodied. These
Oh,
are
Nobody's hit this
big
one.
dragonflies.
I wasn't able to damage this one, so
We're going to use some force damage on it. Actually,
Okay.
we'll bonus action it first. That's a 14.
To hit?
Yeah.
14 does not hit.
14 does not hit.
Does not hit.
big dragonflies.
Bad
We're-
face.
We're out of that. We're out of the training wheels era of D&D, I think.
Is that it for
Yeah.
Ssah'ra?
Yeah, I don't want to action surge dragonfly.
All right, who's next?
Nazirr.
Nazirr, fix it.
Yeah, Benedict, you're gonna get a Withering Bloom as well. I need both of those. Dragonflies to make Constitution saving throws. DC 15.
4 and 8.
Failure on both counts.
Okay.
How many hit die do I have? Sure.
4 points of necrotic damage to each of them.
4 points.
And Benedict can use a hit die and add a D8 plus 4 to it.
Wait, I add D8 to it?
Yeah.
Oh, because you have your Adrix
No,
buff.
that's part of the spell.
Oh, I haven't been adding that much to it.
So the one on Phil is bloodied now.
4, 10. Okay, well that puts me back to.
Is that it for Nazirr?
Nazirr will take a D8 plus 4 healing for himself and conclude my turn.
All right, who's next?
That's going to be Phil.
Phil with an F.
All right, Phil is going to pull out his scimitar and scimitar this one next to him.
Good.
All right.
Hey.
That is a crit.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, boy.
For 8 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then he's going to curse and headbutt it.
And headbutt it.
That is a 23 or 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
What is the damage on his headbutt? Is it a d6?
That's the attack where if he misses, he can choose to crit instead, but be stunned.
Yeah. Was hoping to miss. That is 5 damage.
And that's enough.
If so rebarbs him.
No, don't.
Oh my god.
No, don't.
That's a galaxy brain move there.
5 damage.
No, yeah, that was enough.
That's funny.
Third dragonfly drops
That's
dead.
great.
Your dragonflies are next.
Is
That
Phil,
is the end of his
is
turn.
Phil staying put there? Okay.
Yeah. I once again forgot to move Hunter's Mark. It is still on this one.
Good.
I am the best ranger.
The remaining two are both still baned, yes?
Yes.
All right.
Unless you manage to break my concentration.
I have a 21 to hit Benny.
21 will hit.
I have a 12 to hit Nerium.
That is a no.
Benny, 7 points of insect bitey damage.
Ooh, what type is that?
Piercing.
Oh, I was hoping for like blue or gross or I don't know.
No, piercing.
Okay.
All right, somebody finish off my dragonflies now.
Well, Nerium can go do nothing.
Nerium, go do
Yeah,
nothing.
I need a wisdom saving throw from this one.
It's a 6.
Okay, cool. Ooh, max damage. 8 points of psychic damage as I insult the shape of this dragonfly's wings.
Okay, it is bloodied.
And that is the end of my turn because I want to keep one bardic inspiration in the pocket.
All right, who's next?
I'd have told them they were more fly than dragon.
Apparently, Benny. Kill it.
Attack. 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 9 slashing.
Okay, that is enough.
Oh, good. We'll put that dice back down before it rolls. And then we'll stab the other one.
Can you be the guy?
I have an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
Oh, 4 slashing damage.
That's not. You're not the guy.
No, never am.
They're big dragonflies.
Is Benny moving or staying put?
I'm fine.
All right. Who is the guy?
Sahn's gonna be the guy.
Sahn. Is Sahn the guy?
I'm going to move to here, and in an effort to conserve ammo, I'm going to try and stab it with a short sword as I pull out as I move up.
Okay,
What?
That'll hit an armor class of 24.
that'll hit.
14.
A 14 will not hit.
Okay, then I'm going to take a shot with my hand crossbow.
So much for conserving ammo.
No, that'll hit an armor. It's better than... Hit points are more important than ammo. That'll hit a 20,
That'll hit.
dealing 7 damage.
And that's enough. And the last dragonfly is down.
Hooray.
As the last dragonfly hits the ground, the beast that you felled, the chimera, gives out one final exhalation as it's functionally as its death knell. And as it ceases breathing, the sky begins to darken and you hear the distant rumble of thunder.
That's not good. Let's get what we came for and leave.
What did we come for?
I don't know, but it's in the stables.
I'm going to retrieve half my bolts, and I'm going to go in. While they're doing that, I'm going to investigate this vehicle.
Okay.
I was going to break down the door with a crowbar.
Yeah, no, when you and Benny working together can pull the boards off. And as you're doing that, Sahn, you come over. The boat's not floating on anything, and it's not connected to anything that you can tell. There's no functional reason why it should be sitting here. However, it is chained up to one of the loops on the dock, and a padlock has been affixed with a big conspicuous keyhole.
Hey, Nerium,
Yeah,
got a job for you.
sure. What do you need?
I'll point out the lock,
Oh, okay.
and I'll cast Presentience on you.
I'll pull a hairpin out of my hair and start picking it.
Hey, bear with me
To
one
the tune
moment.
of thunder.
It's a very high roll.
All right, so you're going to try to pick the lock?
Yeah, that is a 27.
Yeah, and after a moment, you hear the click inside. The chain gives way, slips off the padlock, and falls down. And the boat...
I'll reel up the chain and jump into the boat.
So the boat is functionally a double-sized Tensiers floating disc.
Okay.
The idea is you can attune to this boat as a magic item, and then you can steer it and move it through space as quickly as you could a Tensiers floating disc.
All right, I need an hour, but I'll be able to psychically command this.
You guys pull the boards off of the stables, and inside, you see a huge... Much of the inside of the stable has been torn apart, and the wood repurposed to build this ramshackle kind of casing in the center of the stables, into which has been deposited a very large amount of gravel, small stones, and loose soil. In the center of that, kind of packed into the middle of it, is a large furry head with arms and legs that is not
whatever her
moving.
name is? Sorry, we'll call out Princess whatever.
Are you Princess Aya?
Yeah,
And-
Princess Aya?
The thing gives absolutely no indication that it has hurt you.
Well, I guess Ssah'ra's gonna go start tearing the cage apart.
Okay?
Yeah, I guess we approach.
So you're just going to disassemble the cage itself? Or the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Just start with disassemble that, and then we'll worry about the earth.
And every time you pull one of the boards away, a quantity of soil pours out over the floor of the stables. And after a few rounds of this, the thing in the middle, which is... I mean, you've all seen MODOK, right? The Marvel character. Just a big floating head with little arms and legs poking off of it.
Yeah.
Picture that, but it's like a furry, round creature.
Also voiced by Patton Oswalt.
Also voiced by Patton Oswalt. Yes, he's here today. I went on Cameo. I dropped $48,000. Got him for the whole campaign.
Well done.
Worth it.
Good investment.
Every penny. Ssah'ra will call out for Nerium to get the monkey.
Yeah, as the thing kind of crumbles away, it
Let me
begins
handle
moving.
that.
It's laying on its back. Well, the back of its big furry head. It starts coughing as it kind of comes back to life.
Is it like wounded in a sense that it would benefit from healing?
You can't see any visible wounds on the creature, but then it's also suffice to say that you've probably never seen a creature of this style of physiology before.
If I discharge lay on hands like hit points into it, do I have to elect an amount?
Yeah.
1.
So you go back and restore 1 hit point to it.
Yeah. I mean, does it? Okay. Yeah.
Its present difficulty seems to be that when it's on its back, it can't get to its feet. That seems to be what it's struggling with at the moment, and it's coughing up clouds of dust and soil from its mouth that's clearing its throat? Question mark.
Benny, help it up. Let's get it outside.
Yeah. Benny will
Nerium,
help
Nazirr, where's the monkey?
unearth it.
I don't know. I wasn't given an opportunity to attempt to.
So they're calling
Say
for the monkey.
Yeah, Ssah'ra's just impatient. She's
Yeah, Ssah'ra needs to fucking calm her tits.
Are you gonna go get the monkey or just
Yeah.
argue?
Yeah,
you're gonna-
I'm go get
You
the
can do
monkey.
both.
Go
You can do
retrieve the
both.
monkey?
I will
I'm
snuggle
going to
the
get
monkey.
going to get the monkey. Calm your tits.
Okay.
Your stupid scaly snake tits.
All right, Burke, I do have to ask.
Yeah.
If this was actually a floating disc, it would be completely useless.
Why?
A floating disc can't travel more than 10 feet above the ground, and also only moves by following you.
Destil, you have
Well-
to ruin my game, don't you?
Well, Destil, now we're trapped here forever. I
Yep,
hope
that's
you're,
it.
You're
Congratulations.
proud of what you've done.
If you had just
Game
kept your
over.
big stupid mouth shut.
Return
I'm
of
guessing
enemy.
the intent is I can take my action to mentally move it 20 feet.
Yes, and you can do that while you're riding it. The
Yeah,
intent is you
okay.
can move this boat through space.
Yes. Okay. That is not how a floating disc works, but it is how I will move the boat.
it's how
Oh
this
man, I
floating
hope we
disc
can
works.
keep this.
Listen, floating disc is there's like 40 paragraphs. You can't expect to read all of those.
Now,
You know what
very importantly, does this make the sound?
I
No.
was just about, I was
just-
about to say this.
it
This
just-
sounds like the lily pad.
Just creaks a little bit as you get into it. Nazirr, when you arrive back at the cottage, the smell of baking hits your face. The monkey is now wearing an apron and is placing a pan to the stove. And it looks up and screeches at you as you catch its attention.
You should probably come with us. And Nazirr gestures for him to follow.
And he slides the pan gingerly into the stove, wipes his hands off, pulls the apron off, hangs it on a hook, and begins following you back across the bridge.
Okay.
So what are you doing with the creature in the stable?
Well, I'm trying to unearth it first.
Okay. Yeah, after a few more moments, you dig away the rest of the earth. You can roll it over onto its feet. And it kind of
And then,
gives a shudder to
I'll ask. Oh, sorry.
to fan out the dirt and dust stuck in its fur.
I'll ask it. Are you Queen Aya?
Tilts its head up at
Asking
you.
people that.
And the thing is entirely head, except for two little feet poking out of the bottom of its neck and then arms kind of jutting out from underneath its ears. Other than that, it's about a human-sized creature, so it's very unnerving to look at.
Benny.
So it tilts
Pick
its
it
head
up
up at
and
you.
spread it.
It says, do I look like Queen Aya?
Look, eventually, if I ask enough people, I will figure out who this person is.
And the thing, good heavens, and it shoulders its way past you, comes lumbering out onto the island. I'm going to go ahead and put this guy out here too. Make him a black token. Sees the chimera that's been slain, and its dinner plate eyes kind of go wide for a moment. Says, well, seems that I owe you all a debt of gratitude. Although it seems a little confused.
Oh, we're
You
happy
can
to help.
Start by telling us who you are, where we are, and why you're here.
The creature introduces himself as Bangley Bean.
As you do.
And Nazirr, coming back across the bridge, you see the big giant head, his whole face lights up. Zah, Mr. Thimble is unhurt. Throws his arms out. The monkey leaps happily into the embrace as they are reunited.
Dawn psychically contacts Nerium and says, I checked the other water sources. Check the one on that island for any sources of water elementals to capture.
You like silently hear Nerium under her breath, like she's biting her nails, going, "Man, I wanted to keep the monkey." I'm sorry, what'd you say, Sahn? And then like she'll walk over to do what Sahn said.
It's the spring issuing from the rock. There's nothing magical about it that you can tell. And the water is trickling down over the back of the rock and just kind of falling off the side of the island.
Nerium's gonna walk.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Nerium is going to like walk over to Bangley
Bean.
Mr. Bangley Bean and introduce herself and ask him if he is ask him what manner of creature he is, and if he is an elemental spirit of some kind.
Oh, I'm not a mister by any regard, merely Bangley Bean. As for what manner of creature I am, he seems to give it some thought. I suppose the same answer is appropriate again. I am Bangley Bean.
Do you want to get off this island, Bangley Bean?
You're asking how to get off this island?
And I said, does he want to?
Oh, my, no. He spins his shoulder past you. He and Mr. Thimble, hand in hand, heading back to the bridge. All the comforts of home are here. And he begins walking back towards the cottage.
So,
Benny will chase after him and ask, you wouldn't happen to know of any legends related to Nereids in these parts, would you? That's why we were here, after all.
He stops. Takes a moment to sniff the air. Gives a half turn, not quite regarding Benny. Then looks down at Mr. Thimble. Mr. Thimble, have you begun to prepare dinner for our guests? Thimble gives a couple screeches in response. And then Bangley Bean continues on his way. Says, yes, dinner and conversation. That seems to be the way of it. Heading back towards the cottage.
Benny will look at the rest of his group and say, we might have some answers here. Let's eat.
I'm going to spend an hour while they're cooking, attuning to the ship, which Thon has named the Jammy Dodgers, following the theme of our other runabout.
Okay.
Who is just stealing this man's boat, right?
Yeah, we absolutely are, yeah.
Who is coming to dinner? Let's start there.
Benny will actually help prepare dinner if he's allowed to. He's proficient in cooking.
Yeah, as long as there's an hour beforehand that they're making it, I'll come.
Yeah.
Ssah'ra is going to carefully watch the skies while waiting for dinner.
The sky's clear. after a few moments. They do start to darken again because you're getting on in the evening now. But there was that moment where the sky darkened, the clouds around you rumbled in the distance. That faded after just a few moments.
Okay.
And so by the time dinner is kind of being finished in here, you're on into evening now. And there's no livestock. And you don't see... he's serving you food that you don't see in evidence on the place. There's a great shanks of roast mutton. There are overflowing mugs of ale from here to unforeseen casks.
Did anybody else used to live here?
Bangley Bean tells you that he's been steward of this place for, well, since Bangley Bean arrived, I imagine.
Well, that just...
So is there you're ruling in place of the queen?
So, no, I'm not a ruler. I'm merely Bangley Bean.
What did Bangley Bean do to piss off that Queen of Air, which is just a pretentious title that she stole from a fae?
Here, my elfish friend, try the brie. It is delectable.
Sure.
It is delectable.
Yeah.
Where does the food come from?
Oh, Mr. Thimble prepares it. And Mr. Thimble gives a little clap and a happy jump.
But where does it come from?
Well, I just explained. Mr. Thimble prepares it for me.
But there's no pigs on the island.
Oh, mutton doesn't come from pigs. Don't be silly.
She holds up the bacon.
There's no bacon. He's serving shanks of roast mutton.
Oh, what happened to the bacon he was cooking?
There was no bacon. I don't know where you got bacon from.
What about there are no lambs on the island.
Oh, no. There's no space for Graysland.
So
Right,
we're...
So did Mr. Thimble shit the mutton out of his butt?
I should hope not, Mr. Thimble! Mr. Thimble crosses his arms, starts tapping his foot against the ground, and gives Nerium a sour look.
Where did Mr. Thimble get the lamb?
Oh, from the stove, I shouldn't wonder.
You got a magic stove that just pulls out food?
The stove is not magical, as far as you can tell.
Hmm.
How much longer do you guys want to chase this circle around?
Can you ask Mr. Thimble where he gets the... Can you ask Mr. Thimble to show you where he gets the lamb from?
Sahn is not worried about this at all. He's just eating.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's just
Yeah.
eating.
You know what? Like Nerium just kind of looks at Sahn, looks at the plate. Not Sahn. She looks at Ssah'ra, looks at her plate, and shrugs. She says, "This is weirder shit than where I grew up." And she just starts eating.
Phil is enjoying his meal tremendously, and he's especially enjoying the ridiculous questions you all are asking about it.
This isn't like I'm gonna ask Bangley. I mean, this isn't like a small domain of the Feywild we fell into, right?
He says a little sheepishly that he's not personally aware of how large Queen Aya's domain extends. He's never seen the borders of it. He's always lived inside of it.
So again,
And that's
what did you do to piss her off?
Well, I wouldn't repeat it now, for fear of retribution, you see.
That's the proper name of this place, is Queen Aya's domain?
He gives it some thought. I've heard that some of the other stewards will name their places or their houses, but personally I never saw the purpose of it.
So there are other islands like this floating in the sky?
Oh, yes, of course. Queen Aya's... I don't know the borders of Queen Aya's domain, but it is large indeed.
And are they all guarded by Chimera?
Wait a minute. And his cutlery clatters to his plate as some kind of realization seems to hit him. Do you mean to say that you lot come from the downstairs?
Yeah.
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 Last I checked.
He looks
I'm
at
not
all
really
of you.
sure where I'm ultimately from, but most directly, yes.
He looks around incredulously for a moment. Remarkable.
Have you never been downstairs?
Oh, my, no. 'Tis a hellish realm of violence and war. And he starts rattling off all the terrible things that you and all your pirate friends and the various warring factions and armies and dwarves and orcs and all the rest get up to down there.
And Sahn will point to Nerium with one of his small arms and say, for what it's worth, I think she comes from what would be more appropriately called the side stair.
He's never heard of the side stair.
Well, it's a place where sometimes you fall sideways and you end up there. It's
Pretty nice. I visit for 6 seconds every day.
He seems intrigued by this idea of falling sideways, but he can also tell he can't make sense of it. He doesn't know what you mean.
It doesn't make sense to the people that live there either.
Benny could demonstrate.
We do not need another unicorn, Benny. Thank you.
Yeah, let's not start a combat.
I think from now on, I'm going to spawn a unicorn in addition to the other effects.
It's like that unicorn went and got its big brother. There they are.
Go beat him up for me.
Bangly Bean, why were you being held in the stables encased in earth?
So I misbehaved.
What did you do?
Forgive me, but I should not speak more on that. Again, for fear of reproducing the original offense.
Can she hear you? Will she know that you speak of it?
Idea.
It's
Sahn.
difficult to say.
Well, can you think it to Sahn?
I'll
Yeah, that could work.
I'm going to need a persuasion check from somebody to persuade Bangly Bean that this is a good idea.
Sure, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Does he find Nerium sexually attractive?
Nah.
Probably not. He's a bangly bean.
He's a Bangly Bean.
his orientation is Bangly Bean.
What's in your pants, Bangly Bean? 26.
26. So what are you trying to persuade him of? That it's a good idea to repeat this offense like think it?
Yeah, just think it to Sahn.
And I'll open up a two-way mind link to them.
He says,
And we won't say it out loud.
okay, as long as nobody says it out loud, you convince him that it should be okay. And he squints his eyes shut real tight. And he clenches his fists together, makes a big performative show of thinking this thought. Sahn, the thought, or what he said to get him in trouble with Queen Aya were, well, damn, the radishes are smaller this year than last. Queen
Sahn
Aya
will nod
did not take
solemnly.
kindly to that.
He'll then immediately mentally share that with Nerium.
Huh.
So you
So
see,
did the Queen give you this charge in person, or
he seems to consider
the
that
other
for a
ones?
moment. I haven't really thought of it that way.
Have you ever?
But I suppose one of the former queens may have. One of the previous ones. Bangly Bean has been here for a very, very long time.
Where can we find the queen?
Oh, in her palace, of course.
Will you show us how to get there?
Well, what business have you with the queen?
Well, we're still looking for a Nereid.
A Nereid.
Do you water spirit?
He holds up his hands apologetically. Forgive me, I... a little blank on how much time I have spent in incarceration. May I ask, what time of year is it?
Do we have a calendar date?
I haven't been keeping careful track, but you went to the gala at the beginning of summer, and you spent a few months sailing around since then. So we're probably coming into the end of summer or beginning of autumn.
But
So
what
autumn
phase is the
and then
moon?
year number.
What did Nazirr say?
I have no input, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I thought
Yep.
you said something.
Benny will say
No.
autumn 2372. I'm just making up a year number. Whatever the actual year is.
I mean, Mr. Thimble seemed to indicate that he was trapped in the cage for only a couple of days. So
Do we know that?
It stands to reason, because otherwise he would have starved to death.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I mean, he's summoning food out of the ether, so who knows? Oh, I'm trapped, jolly old friend.
No, he pulled he pulled the
Conjure
mutton.
up a biscuit.
He pulled the muffin out of his stove and the biscuits from out of the oven.
I guess the stove is over here, and he was trapped over here. So.
I mean, we asked Mr. Thimble, and he gave us an answer. So
How does Bangley Bean react to the announcement of the year and the season?
Doesn't give much of a reaction to it, just kind of accepts the answer as being what it is. He points out that the nature of the queen's elemental presence changes with the course of the year. For the duration of autumn, she will lord over her earthen court as a Tao. A Tao is a kind of earth spirit.
So you're saying the queen is a water spirit?
Only in the months of winter, when she presides over the winter court.
Would you say the queen is a benevolent sort, or more of a dictator?
Ron will psychically tell you the offense when you ask that.
Then he immediately scowls and like takes a deep drag on his cigar and says, "We might have found our Nerium."
Bangley Bean kind of leaves it at, like, he's learned his lesson as far as speaking out against the queen goes. And future questions about, hey, is the queen a big old bitch or what? Like, he's not going to answer those straight up.
Yeah. So we have a Queen of Hearts situation here. Got it.
Bangley Bean, does the queen travel between these courts, or does the court itself travel with the seasons?
Seems to consider that for a moment. He says, I believe the queen, the court, and the seasons all stay where they are.
How do we get to the court?
Bangley Bean can give you directions to the Queen's Garden, which is one of the other floating islands. Although last he had heard one of the Queen's detractors, one of the rivals for the throne, although it's anyone's guess which one, had seized control of the gardens. And he isn't sure about the nature of their current state. These are rumors that he's heard on the winds, and who can say how long ago he has heard it.
And then, final question, Bangley Bean. Would you mind if we borrowed your runabout and one of your barrels in exchange for freeing you?
Oh, my, no. What's mine is yours.
Thank you.
Even the monkey?
Yeah, Mr. Thimble is his
Monkey
own
is
man.
his. The monkey's a person.
Don't take his monkey. It's all he has, and
I
his
would like
endless food.
And his sources of crystal clear water.
And it's very good, by the way. What spice do you put into this?
He doesn't know, but he asks Mr. Thimble, and Mr. Thimble screeches in response.
Benedict says, "Damn it." Ronald's gonna be really upset with me.
Nerium says cinnamon. He said cinnamon. Nerium is just, she doesn't understand the monkey. She's just telling him cinnamon.
Sure. No, Bangley Bean
Benedict
says,
immediately realizes that's wrong, but
you are welcome to stay here for as long as you like. What's his is yours. Make yourself comfortable. But no, he's not going to speak out against the queen, and he has no problem with you borrowing his little boat.
and the party remained here for the rest of the time.
Yeah, we're done, thanks.
Can we take a cutting of your wonderful tree outside?
He doesn't see why not.
Cool. This will probably be worth a lot of money. A tree that grows frickin' melons and peaches.
What's next?
Is anybody trained in nature?
Yeah, I think so.
I think Sahn.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah, I
like?
am too.
Can you do trees?
I know a bit
There's
about
a
trees.
tree.
I mean, there's not much to be gleaned from examining the tree. It's just a tree that inexplicably produces many different kinds of fruit.
Oh,
Can I
I
make
think
a
they want to know
nature
how to
check?
like properly.
Yeah, can I make a nature check to make a
drafted.
cutting that I think will survive a few days of travel?
Give me a nature check. Yeah, let's start there.
Can I assist?
Yeah, you can assist if you're trained in nature. The two of you
I
put
am.
your heads together.
I got a plus
And
four.
then, yep.
I mean, if this doesn't work, we can get it on the way back. We have to return here because the island we're going back to is straight down.
Assuming this island doesn't move.
Oh, don't
That's
even start with
a
that.
32.
You become convinced after you and Ssah'ra go over the tree a little while that any cutting you take from this tree will fail to produce anything usable back down on the ground.
Okay.
There's no physical or magical reason why this tree should be doing what it's doing.
There's too much oxygen in it.
So yeah, where do you guys make yourselves comfortable for the night after dinner is done? And
Well, I know where these two are going to make themselves comfortable.
Sorry, I was gonna sleep in the hut in the bed.
Thon's
Yeah,
gonna pull out his bedroll and rest because he doesn't sleep under the stars.
okay,
I'm going to sit in the boat like I'll sit in the boat like I always do and trance. Although I am going to complain to Ssah'ra very loudly that these elementals are like stealing the face shtick, and it is slightly insulting. It'd be like if the dwarves started doing human sacrifice. How would you feel about that? That's cultural appropriation.
Ssah'ra will whisper in Nerium's ear, "Don't worry, that's why we're gonna go kidnap the queen."
Don't say it out
I'm
loud.
sorry guys. I have to take a 2-minute break to open a jar.
Yep.
Still working on it.
Yeah.
You need one of those little like rubber grip circle things.
I used to have one. I don't know what happened to it.
Benny and Nazirr are going to this island, and if he could, Benny
Yeah, I
would
don't know, man.
destroy these bridges.
The wife wasn't being a sissy.
That's a rough jar. The jar wins. She's gonna have to figure something else out.
Run hot water over the cap and we can expand.
Yeah, I was going
Oh.
to say heat it.
Anyway, I'm sorry. What were we doing?
Benny and Nazirr are going to this island, and if he could, Benny would destroy these two bridges.
You're gonna destroy the
No
man's
one's
bridges?
going over there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to keep people off. Like, you are not invited. This is a
Destroy
private
the-
affair.
We're guests.
You're guests. You're gonna vandalize the man's bridges.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to
no.
vandalize anything, but I'm going to tell him, like, you are not invited.
So we don't need to know what's going on this island.
No, this is just a giant, here, we'll just do this.
So we have Sahn, who's sitting and meditating.
No, I don't have to do that. I'm not an elf. I just literally don't need to do anything strenuous. But I don't sleep or trance.
Just sits in one spot.
I wander around, just do the same thing I do during the day.
Banglybean is happy to tie up a cot in between two of the trees out back behind his cottage and cede the bed to someone else.
Ssah'ra will sleep in the bed.
It is
Oh, we're going to sleep under the stars.
the most comfortable bed you've ever slithered into. You're going to have a hard time getting out of this bed in the morning.
That's like every morning for Ssah'ra.
But this bed especially. Go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest, as everybody is well fed and...
Okay, and you guys are definitely outside the range of my dark vision, which is what I'm going.
Benny and Nazirr take 3 levels of exhaustion.
Only 3?
I mean, Brickroad said it, so.
No, you're... The sun comes up the next morning in this peaceful little place. Mr. Thimble and Banglybean get to work early, doing their work out in the gardens. They're spending some time cleaning out the stables when the rest of you are kind of wake up in the morning. They're working on shoveling all the excess gravel and stuff out, and they're just unceremoniously tossing it over the side of the island.
Do you want us to toss the chimera over the side too?
No, wait. Harvest it.
I
Can I
thought
use
monsters
nature-
like turned into like pink sparklies and then went.
Yeah, is the chimera like body there, or did it disappear?
Oh no, the body's there. You guys killed the
Okay.
thing and it died.
With Ssah'ra's knowledge of nature, can she butcher this thing into parts that might be valuable?
Possibly.
What creature type is this? Is it
I'm going to call that
nature or
Arcana,
nature?
not nature.
Is it an aberration?
It'd be a
I
monstrosity.
could
Monstrosity.
assist with this. I am trained in Arcana.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can I
but
get
then we have to
Nazir's
wake
help?
up though.
Yeah, you can make that check at advantage if Nazirr is helping you out.
What is yeah, but okay, so question though. What kind of check does Ssah'ra have to make to get out of the incredibly comfy bed?
She doesn't. She just whines a lot. Like a lot more than usual.
I was about to say,
I'm
so
gonna-
business as usual.
Yeah, just every other. It's a Wednesday for
She,
Ssah'ra.
So what-
she reaches like a new level of whining that you've never seen before.
She now has 2 levels of whining.
So what check would it be? It would be an Arcana check to butcher this thing?
I want an Arcana check up front before you do anything.
Yeah, take it at advantage.
Yeah, you can roll it at advantage.
Nazirr, come back to bed.
You sure you want me doing this?
Take a. Oh, no, I can't. Well, no, I could also give you a what you call it.
Guidance.
Guidance, yeah.
Can I get a bard song?
I mean, if you go and get Nerium, she'll give you a bardic inspiration die.
Yeah, Ssah'ra will tell everyone what they're doing.
All right, go ahead, make the roll.
Because you see how
Wow,
Look
that
at
was
that.
terrible.
That's distressing.
you know what? How many bullets do I have?
What does that turn into first? Let's start there. You don't
11,
even
I think. Right?
Total.
Well, yeah, 11.
A 12.
a 12. Okay. So here's what you learn going over the creature. Before you start butchering it, you determine that the creature has a breath weapon that it did not use during the combat. The nature of which is to create essentially a tidal wave from one of its mouths. It was going to try to do that, use that to push you guys off the sides of the island. So just like you did with the Dragonels earlier, where you found their like acid sacs. If you can remove the magical apparatus inside its anatomy intact and take it out, that could be worth. Yeah, Double Wow will definitely want that.
Sounds like a way to sink a pirate ship and get ourselves rich.
How do we preserve that?
You have no idea. You got to get it out first and then come up with some ideas.
All right, how do we get it out?
So as you and Nazirr are doing this, doing the butchering, as you guys approach it with tools, Bangly Bean comes out from inside of the stables and cautions you. Says, wait. This creature is one of Queen Aya's, so we should afford it due respect as one of the court's combatants.
It kept you
Meaning?
imprisoned.
Well, yes, but I was imprisoned for justifiable infractions, as you well know.
What are you suggesting, Bangly Bean?
He suggests not touching the creature and wait until the queen sends someone around to collect the beast's corpse.
Bangly Bean, what's that over there by the lake? And then Ssah'ra will butcher it.
That's not going to work. As soon as you step in, the monkey's going to screech at you. I will let you make either a persuasion, deception, or intimidation check to change his mind, depending on which way you want to go with it.
Well,
I mean, I'll try and help you persuade. I have +6.
If it's persuasion, you have to persuade him that the queen is not going to take offense that you butcher one of her creatures.
yeah, clearly we are. I'm trying to see what the artifact does. Do I need to restrain Bangly Bean first?
Will you critically hit him? Benedict would say if the queen hasn't come to collect it already, she must not find much value in a dead servant.
Benedict, stop talking. Nerium. Ssah'ra will call for Nerium.
I'm proficient in persuasion, for fuck's sake.
You hear Nerium go over there going. You hear Nerium yell, "Nah!"
Nerium wants no part of this.
And she's still sitting in the boat talking with Sahn.
Okay.
Yeah, Sahn's about to take the Jammy Dodgers out for a test fly.
So you and Nerium are going to fly it around?
Yep.
Okay.
Benny, you can persuade.
The little boat is a plot device to get you back and forth between floating islands.
Uh-huh.
More than that, I would not expect from this little boat.
Okay.
You can't see me, but I'm flicking off Ssah'ra's token right now. I have a 25 to persuade.
So you're going to persuade him that the queen's not going to take offense to this.
Yes.
What argument do you use? Why would the queen not take offense to you butchering one of her minions?
Because she would have already shown up and carted it off if she... It's not that she won't take offense, like, she doesn't think highly of this creature. She would have already come up to take it off.
Okay.
Off the premises.
And what was your persuasion roll?
25.
Bangley Bean sees that for a second. His face darkens. Oh. So you're saying that Bangley Bean does not merit one of the elite guardians, and the queen sent the rabble to watch over. Well...
Benedict kind of looks at him sadly and says, she imprisoned you for what's probably, from the sound of it, a pretty modest offense.
And Bangley Bean was not important enough for a real guardian to be sent that she would care to retrieve. No, that makes sense. He shuffles sadly back into the stables and no longer stands in your way if you want to butcher the creature.
Benny's going to go try and cheer him up, and then he's going to say, go, cut it out for Double Owl.
That's made him cry.
That's our plate mail. And he's going to just go to cheer up Bangley Bean.
You find Bangley Bean to be inconsolable for the rest of the day.
Oh. Well, he'll still try, and he will offer to make him some tea from the downstairs, as he calls it.
Are Ssah'ra and Nazirr both trained in medicine?
Oh, shit.
No, not yet.
I'm always in the wrong place at the right time.
I think Nazirr might be, right?
Benny is proficient in medicine and cook's tools, so he could probably butcher.
Nazirr, are you proficient in medicine?
Is Ssah'ra? We'll start there.
No, Ssah'ra. It's not yet. Ssah'ra's trying to learn it from what's-her-face.
Working on it. So yeah, Ssah'ra, I need a medicine check to safely get this apparatus out of the creature.
Can I get another guidance? I think.
They're on a test flight.
Yeah, nobody else is around to guide you.
Yeah. Well, Nazirr.
Actually, I think Phil has guidance, does he not?
Well, Nazirr has it too, but I think he had to step away for a second.
Yeah, Phil can give you guidance.
Okay.
And also probably make fun of you the entire time.
Does Phil have what skills does Phil have?
Nature, perception, and survival.
Oh, we lost McDohl.
He could butcher it from the standpoint of like butchering game, but he can't like surgically remove elements. That requires medicine.
Yeah, it's Ssah'ra's situation.
How'd you do?
Well, I'm praying before I roll.
Okay.
Well, you have blips.
Is
that's not bad.
does he get is Phil giving him
Giving him
advantage?
guidance.
Okay.
Is Nazirr giving me advantage by helping?
Nazirr is
McDohl ducked out.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a base roll of 15.
Okay.
Plus your int. Because it's an
That's
int check.
Base roll of
I think
medicine's a wisdom check.
Yeah.
Medicine is wisdom. Gotcha.
So what do we get?
I got a 15. Do I need to look up how many blips I have?
15. You go in there. After you've seen this kind of apparatus before because you've done this with the Dragonelles previously, right? You find the apparatus, you find the things, like you don't know anything about the internal anatomy of this creature, you're not trained in medicine, but you find the parts that you think you can cut off without damaging it. And yeah, eventually you have this kind of this gaseous-filled balloon membrane that you're going to have to treat very, very gingerly.
Can we deliver that back using the fancy cookies
Jammy Dodger.
immediately? Jammy Dodger. Can we do that immediately? Like, does this descend?
It does not descend.
Oh.
How the hell are we gonna get down?
Same way we got up.
Yeah, are you asking Bangly Beans?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do we get back down?
Do you know? I've never thought about it before. I presume the things that go off of the island go downstairs. Is that not how it works?
Not this
no.
thing.
No, throwing stuff off the island does not put it down to the ground.
I mean, Sahn will take a coin and toss it after he lands the ship from his test flight. He'll take a coin and toss it off the edge.
And after a few seconds, it's just impossible to keep track of what happened to the coin. I mean, the coin could have tumbled in any of 1,000 different directions.
Yeah, I'm telling you, as somebody who got thrown off the ledge, that's not how it works.
Oh. Well, as I've said, I've never been downstairs, so...
Well, for
Yeah,
the time
maybe.
being, I guess we're stuck up here.
Maybe the queen will know. We need to go see the queen.
Well, we need to see the queen during winter.
Do we though?
Sahn is just pulling a boat, just taking a barrel and moving it onto the boat.
Okay.
If we want to capture her as a Nerium.
I mean, if he said there was rivals, so presumably one of them might be a Nereid.
We're having this conversation away from Bangla Man.
That's fine. He's in the stables unless you guys call him out to ask him something.
Do we need a Nereid or just an elemental spirit? Like, I'm pretty sure even if we capture her during the Earth phase, it'd still work.
A Nereid is a elemental spirit of water. We apparently need an elemental spirit of water.
Well, the thing is, if she can be,
Let's go to the garden and see what we find, and maybe there'll be something there worth kidnapping and shoving into a piece of jewelry.
Is that why you're bringing the barrel?
Yes. How is that not obvious?
I'm paying attention to lots of different things.
I left my other barrel on the other island. In retrospect, I should have put the barrel in the column there.
I just wrote it up like a rocket.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just now got that, but no, that's smart.
Yep.
If we're done, I'm gonna ask Bangly Bean for instructions on how to get to the Queen's garden
Okay.
for navigation.
Does he have like a map of like all the different islands?
He doesn't, and he tells you that the islands will move around periodically. So any map that you did craft would lose relevance fairly quickly. But he's able to give you directions to the garden nonetheless, which seems like a totally contradictory statement.
Until it moves. Are the directions like follow the sun during the day at this angle or something?
Yes, those are...
Yeah.
Well, everybody pile
I'm gonna share those directions with Nerium. Nerium, is this Fey bullshit? This is how you get around in the Feywild?
And then, like Nerium like puts her like hands, she crosses her. She says, "This is cultural appropriation," is what this is.
Wow.
This is all clearly Fey bullshit, and that has been appropriated by a group of elementals, and I do not appreciate it.
Okay, Nerium, we're going to avenge her.
And I'm going to complain to the manager.
Makes sense.
So the plan is to get into... What are we calling this boat?
The Jammy Dodgers.
The Jammy Dodgers. So you can move the Jammy Dodgers in space, but you cannot make it ascend or descend.
Okay. I'm gonna put that down under my attuned items.
I just realized that after I made this map a month ago, I didn't save it properly. So I have to ask all of you guys to close your eyes.
Yep.
Oh, hold on.
B. B for blindfold.
Yeah. All right. This one, don't I just have an empty map that I can use? I guess not. I did, but we drew all over it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah, I don't want to accidentally save over the line that you drew. So we will use this one. I will erase all drawn lines. I will load the map in. I will draw the fog of war. That's all I need to do is draw the fog of war. Now we've got it. I will change my color so I can see what I'm doing. And then I will rotate the tables so we can... All right. You can open your eyes once again. I guess the first part of the table that I will erase... I'll start over here so we put the creator credit on the stream. I wouldn't want to get H-Bomber Guide. Made by Dr. Mapzo, which, that's a great name.
Wonder if he also wears a lab coat.
I'm back. Can I unblindfold you?
Yes.
Okay, and then other question. We took a long rest. Can we commune?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me roll that.
Oh, gotta rotate the table.
Yeah. No.
Is it a 4 to commune?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a commune.
All right.
Oh, I did too.
I have
I
a
did not.
suggestion. If you guys want a suggestion, ask them. So, are the Atmas aware of the apocalypse that's coming, and that they apparently their presence can thwart?
I mean, I have an idea for mine. If you wanted to take that,
If you don't want to do that, I will just ask the demon the next time I commune. But that was what I was planning on asking next.
I had a question. I didn't write it.
Let's start with
I
Serenity.
know what my question is.
What is your question for Serenity?
Dear Serenity, how do you survive in environments with low atmospheric pressure and lack of oxygen?
Is that a yes or no question?
I think it has to be yes or no.
Okay. Doesn't
Is
have
that her
to,
answer?
doesn't have to be yes or no, does it? I don't think so, because they're allowed to expound upon it.
Well,
I guess, do you know any methods for surviving in places with low atmospheric pressure or the lack of oxygen?
That would work.
Yeah, bear with me one moment.
Yeah, I feel like we've been doing them as yes or no questions.
I think
Yeah,
the
but then
question
they usually give a pretty detailed answer.
they're allowed to expound, yeah, but the question itself should be yes or no. Yeah, this is a great question, actually. I gotta go into the tunnel. If this were a second edition game, I would have answered this question already. Alas, it is not. Will I ever play second edition again? Will I ever get that opportunity? I sure hope so.
I miss that go.
I
don't.
definitely missed it.
Let's look up everything in a fucking table.
Oh my God, kids today. Goddamn millennials ruining the world.
You just
Oh man, what's my chance for spell failure? I'm a cleric with wisdom 14.
And I'm 2 planes removed from my god.
Prayer unanswered. Oh, damn.
Okay. Oh, I have an ethical dilemma. I think I found the spell I was looking for, but it's located on a fandom wiki. Like, do I click it?
I hate fandom.
I do too.
Fandom wikis.
I think at that point you give up on life.
No, it's worse is it when it just says like 5e homebrew, and I'm just like, oh come on.
Yeah, 5e fandom wikis are poopy butts.
I mean, as long as I'm having an ethical dilemma, I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to design the spell for me. That's great. All right, so here's the answer you get.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 spells that you're looking for. The first, a second level spell as far as who can cast it. Looking at pretty much Everybody who's anybody could cast this. Artificer, druid, ranger, sorcerer, wizard.
Not bard though, because
No, not bard. How come bard? I'm looking at the water breathing spell because that's what's comparable here. Bards can't cast water breathing.
nope. Bards don't get. Bards get a very weird selection of spells.
Strange. But the first one that I'm taking right out of the Spelljammer Astral Adventures Guide is the air bubble spell. The idea is you create a bubble of air and pressure around your head so you can survive. The other action a higher level solution to the same spell called Breathless Haven. That's a good spell name. This is a 5th level transmutation that lasts up to an hour, but the sphere that you create is a much, much larger sphere. It's a 30-foot radius centered around you that can move with you, so many creatures can be inside the space at the same time. Anybody in that radius does not have to breathe and is not subject to penalties for, like in gaseous cloud kind of situations.
Suffocation.
So either of the, suffocation. So both of these spells would be great for going underwater or going into absolutely airless voids.
No, John, you are the spell jamming ship.
We weren't exhausted or something from taking this trip, were we?
No, you guys have had a long rest.
Okay.
So I gave you some AP for Serenity. Who else got a commune here?
I did.
With Jenny?
With Jenny, and I cannot come up with a better question than what Treble asked, so... Treble, what was your question?
Are you aware of the supposed apocalypse that the presence of all of the Atmas coming together will thwart?
So is that what you ask her?
I wanted to try and, like, twist that in a way that it would be, like, almost like what would be the most hilarious way for the world to end, and how would you prevent it, sort? Like, because she's gonna give me a joke answer, so I'm trying to give her a joke question.
Well, she has to tell you the truth, so...
Yeah, oh, that's fair, okay. Yeah, so I will ask her that question. Are you aware of a supposed apocalypse that Atmas like yourself are capable of thwarting?
Not only does she not understand the question, she takes offense at being called an Atma. She has no idea what that is, but she's sure she's not one.
I'm just typing that all out.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's my answer. My backup was like, are you aware of a great way to prank Ssah'ra? But, like, I just, you know.
Are you aware of a...
Much? Yeah, yeah. Or do you have any suggestions? Like, something like that.
For pranking Ssah'ra?
For pranking Ssah'ra. Just general mischief. Okay. I'll take my AP.
So, directed to the... As you approach the gardens... you very quickly lose track of which direction you're even traveling. The only thing you have to navigate by is the position of the sun in the sky, but without any of you noticing when it happened or how, the sun changes position, where one moment it's on your left hand, and then you all get distracted by conversation or some other task in the little boat. And next time anybody notices, now it's on your right hand, even though your bearing has not changed.
Oh, it's like that frickin' chimera being shifted back and forth.
I'm pretty sure he was just walking.
No, I mean, like, I would move the camera away, and then I'd go back to, like, point at the chimera, and you would have dragged it back to, like, its hiding place. I never saw you move it.
Yeah, I just pick up the thing and moved it.
No, I'm aware of that, but I never saw it in transit.
You're not coming up on a single island. In fact, I've got a great visual description of this now that we've all played that stupid Zelda game that wasn't any fun. Your boat is going to connect with the smallest islands at the bottom, and then all of the other islands ahead of you stretch up and above you. So there's going to be exercises in climbing here. The idea is...
The boat can't ascend as well as descending, right?
That's correct. So you're going to have to dock... I'm trying to show you underneath the islands that are above you, because that seems like a fair thing to do, but at the same time... So you kind of have an east and a west entrance that you're going... So which let's start here. Which of the two entrances are you approaching?
Oh, why not both?
Well, why not? Because there's only one boat that you're in.
Oh, I was joking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna roll a number. This one.
It's actually Sahn's decision, because he's the one who's attuned to the boat.
Where's the other entrance?
Ooh, good.
Yeah, you've got...
Just on either side. Oh,
yeah,
I see.
little
I see
islands
what
on
you're
this
saying.
side, little island on this side.
This looks more interesting to me, actually.
Okay. So you're going to go to the right-hand one over here?
Yep.
As you're approaching, you hear a cry from far, far, far high above you. When you look up, for a moment, you're in the shadow of the wings of a dragon that flies across the disk of the sun, somewhere high, high up towards the top of this tower of collection of little islands. And it comes to roost somewhere high out of sight above you. I'm sure that's fine. Let's...
He didn't say there'd be dragons.
He did not. He said nothing of the sort. We're going to call this your boat. I think it was a little bigger. There you go. The previous boat was yellow. This one, I think, we'll just leave blue. Yeah, bear with me just a moment.
How big are these squares?
5 foot.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 5 foot squares. So the smallest of the islands are actually very, very small.
Oh, well, the boat needs to be a little bigger.
Yeah, probably. Here, let's do something like that.
Being carried away.
All right.
Sorry, it was a case of I'm helping.
And here's a fill. So yeah, climbing out onto the first rock here. And so this is going to be an oversimplification, but in general, going from like this square up to this square, 5 feet movement north, just as normal, but I'm climbing up 5 feet up onto the next rock. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sahn's going to leave his barrel in the boat for now.
All right. Is Sahn taking point on this endeavor?
I mean, yeah, people want me to.
Let either me or Benny go first.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go.
Are we just hopping from rock to rock?
Okay. Sorry, I'm making sure that my Photoshop wizardry is doing this correctly. You know what I'm going to do? This is dumb. I have it rotated on my screen, but not in Photoshop. That seems that seems ridiculous. Let's do this. Let's actually rotate it in Photoshop, then I'll have it matching. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Unless you rotate it the wrong way. In which case, you're a fool.
No, because then I can just rotate it back. It's fine.
No, you can only rotate once per day. There's a cooldown.
Why?
They make you subscribe to additional features like that.
Yeah, it's Photoshop. Come on.
Okay. So yeah, you guys clamber up the first couple landings. And Lens of Truth. Benny. Kind of get this whole nice big island.
Well, that's lovely now, isn't it? And you'll help people up.
So, after you get up onto this island here, off to your right, you have a couple of trees clinging just to the edge of the rock. Up to the north, you can see the bottoms of the next tier of islands that are going to be a little more difficult to climb to than what you've done so far. So far, you've just kind of reached up and pulled yourself up from each one. You have these bizarre orange mushrooms clinging to the ground in patches all around you. And then down the middle, bisecting the island, you have this strange gravel crevice that's kind of carved out through the grass. And in the center of it, you have this gurgling little spring.
So my first impression of this was it was a path.
This is, it's not a path. It looks like maybe a riverbed.
Okay. And then, like, this almost looked like a fountain. It's very circular, but...
What's next?
Let's go look at this.
Oh, you're going to go right to the center fountain, huh? Or the center spring, huh?
I want to just give the arrow once over for magical auras.
Okay.
These 5-foot squares?
These are 5-foot squares.
Okay.
Well, before Ssah'ra moves, because Benny's moving to the center here. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Benny, stop pulling a Victor.
I mean, at least I'm okay with getting hit.
We'll
I don't
see.
have to move my token at all.
I need... Oop, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, initiative's not where it's supposed to be, because I rotated the table. Oh, my goodness. All right. So lost.
Treble.
It's if you have a spell you want to use, you can go after me because I can debuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right. Benny. Well, who's at the top of my order here?
Nerium is first.
Nerium is surprised.
In that case, we're all gonna be surprised. It goes Nerium, Nazirr, Sahn, Ssah'ra, then Benny.
All right. So my creatures go last. So heretofore unseen creatures from the brush, as Benny makes a beeline towards the center of the island in the spring there, they're all going to attack him.
I wouldn't say beeline, but I definitely was.
Was it a sea line?
It was a P line because P is for paladin.
It was a P line. Made a P line for the...
Yeah, there you go. B for Benedict.
Just bear with me one moment. I'm just going to set it up so you can get some experience if you actually kill these monsters. All right. I have a 20 to hit Benny.
I gotta check. Oh, 20 does hit.
I have an 18 to hit Benny.
18 does not.
18 does not, and so this 11 is also not.
No.
You hear, coming from the trees off to your right, a loud, actually 3 very loud, popping bursts. And before you manage to turn to look to see what it was, one of them impacts you. 2d12, huh?
2.
No. 22
Oh, that's just rude.
points of poison damage. Looking over in the tree, now that you look over here, there are creatures that have advanced to the edge of the tree line. They're small, small-sized creatures, but each of them are sitting at the front. So I guess this one I will have moved forward. and have lowered what are essentially long stalks with orange caps at the end. The orange caps have exploded and fired a burst of spores in your direction that you felt the impact. They had moved so quickly.
Yellow is after that. Phil with an F.
I'm going to move these guys first. I'm just looking to see where they need to go. As they come forth from the tree line, you see that they're small winged monkeys, much like Mr. Thimble. One of them...
No.
Is that enough space? Yeah. One of them circles around, hopping on their feet rather than using their wings. One of them circles around to intercept Benny from reaching the north edge of the island. Another steps forth to engage Benny here, and one steps forth to block the rest of you from coming up. So you can get here safely without using attacks of opportunity. Yeah, the monkeys are very, very angry. They are all wearing adorable little jackets, but the jackets are a different color from the one Mr. Thimble was wearing. These are
They also
pink,
wear-
whereas his was, what was he, green?
Sounds right. They're also wearing the fezzes?
No, they've got little skull caps.
That's not adorable.
So like little metal helmets just rounded on the top with the little nose piece that comes down the center. Yeah, they are very, very upset that you have clambered up onto this island.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pink, and Phil is also surprised. I think that's the whole order, and we're back at the top. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is now Nerium's turn.
Nerium is going to declare that they are not nearly as cute as Mr. Thimble's was, and I need charisma saving throws from all three of them.
All three of them, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They're all right at these. I mean, they're adorable. That's high charisma. They'd have to roll better, though. I'm looking at an
UBC
8,
is
an 8, and a 13.
That is 3 fails. They are all baned.
They're all baned. So I'm making
They
note
are
of that.
all so bonus action. Benny, sir, would you like a small infusion of some hit points? Since you took 20-something poison damage.
Yeah, I like health. Hooray,
Okay.
health.
All right. Benny, please get back 8 hit points.
Nice.
And that's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
After Nerium is Nazirr.
Sorry, my microphone jacked up again on me.
Gross. Microphone Jack sounds like a terrible DJ name.
Yeah. Sure does.
Maybe not if you were in the 80s.
Were you in the 80s?
They're all baned, just so you know, McDohl. So,
Yeah, all
Minus
DJs
Steve.
are banned.
Okay. Then I will. Let's go with the tried and true, Wither and Bloom.
Okay.
I round the two that are actually no, you can get all three of them. I need all three of them to make Constitution saving throws.
I have an 8, a 9, and a 14.
That's 3 failures, so they're all going to take some necrotic damage.
Good.
And
oh, you know what? You should delete those hit points because you can't cast 2-level spells in a turn.
Oh, so
Sorry.
you can't bonus action. Okay.
Yeah.
I can
Oh.
just.
you'll get some healing anyway.
Yeah, you're
Yep.
gonna probably do your thing here.
Yeah, 6 points of necrotic damage to the 3 boys.
Okay.
And Benedict can use a hit die, add 1d8 plus 4 to it.
Do I add my Constitution mod to it too?
Yep. Yep.
So 2. 11.
And that will end my turn.
All right. Who's next?
All right. Sahn is next.
So Sahn will scramble up this cliffside, pulling out his crossbow as he does so. Give Benny some cover, so I'm going to go ahead and fire a heavy crossbow at this one.
Sure.
That hits an armor class of 18.
18 will hit.
Dealing 5 piercing damage. Then I'm going to multi-attack and shoot it with a hand crossbow.
Sure.
Hits an armor class of 12.
12 will not hit.
And then make a bonus action attack with sharpshooter, or with crossbow expert. That'll hit an armor class of 21.
That's good.
And that will deal 5 damage.
All right.
And that's the end of my turn.
Who's next?
After Sahn is Ssah'ra.
You got Monkey Friend right in front of you.
I do. What's Stab Monkey Friend?
Oh, listen to that. Stab Monkey Friend. That's never a sentence you want to hear.
Nerium should have brought the monkey. Well, I don't think a 10 is going to hit Monkey Friend.
10 does not hit Monkey Friend.
What about Monkey Foe?
What about 20? Does 20 hit Monkey Foe?
20 will do it.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's going to be 7 points of piercing.
Okay.
It's going to be 9 points of force.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
And bonus attack. With the monkey butt. I don't think a natural one's going to hit.
No. Never wield your monkey butt in violence.
Apparently. That's the end of Ssah'ra's turn.
Ssah'ra staying there?
Yeah. Actually, Ssah'ra's going to shift.
Okay.
For some reason, I feel like we've slipped into that Brendan Fraser movie, Monkey Bone.
Who's next?
Benny is next.
I'll hit this one.
North one?
The north one, yeah. I have 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Yeah, let's break out a smite. Alright, I have 9 slashing,
Okay.
11 radiant.
All right, calm down.
Well, I gotta do it again, so if it's unless it's
It is
Okay.
bloodied.
okay. I have 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
You know what? Let's not smite this one.
Aw, coward.
I have 10 slashing.
10 slashing?
Yeah.
He is severely bloodied.
Oh well, I'm still glad I didn't waste this slot.
Moving or staying put?
I'm good here.
All right, who's next?
After Benny is going to be Pink.
All right. Let's start here. I need Sahn and Benny to make wisdom saving throws, please.
It's a 6.
A 6,
17.
17. Sahn, this monkey releases an ear-splitting screech from its horrible monkey jaws. As it does, one of these orange cap mushrooms within reach of it splits the earth and grows to its full height. You are afraid of the monkey until the end of your next turn.
Oh, this monkey?
Of that monkey specifically.
Okay.
Benny and Ssah'ra, I need that same saving throw, please.
Oh, I had 17. Oh, do I make it again?
You make it again.
I have a second one. Okay.
16.
16? Okay, that's good.
4.
Benny, same thing happens. This one lets out that screech. The stalk splits through the earth, and it plucks this large, thin mushroom out of the ground, and you are afraid of that monkey till the end of your next turn.
Oh man, that first one, no problem. Oh god, not a second!
Ssah'ra, Nerium, and Nazirr, I need that saving throw, please.
What kind of saving throw is this?
Wisdom, please.
Well, that's probably gonna be a fail.
Is this a spell save?
That's not a spell.
Not a spell?
Nope.
12?
12?
It is an 8.
How did Nazirr do?
20.
20. Nazirr, you pass. The other two, you fail. This one, again, lets out this screech. The earth in front of it splits it. One of these mushrooms grows to its full height. He plucks it out of the ground. Ssah'ra and Nerium, you are afraid of this monkey until the end of your next turn. And each of them level the mushrooms down at one of you for another blast. Who's next?
After monkeys, be Phil with an F.
Phil with an F is not afraid of any monkeys.
Hopefully he can shoot the monkeys.
Good thing he's a goat. Oh, right. I was controlling Phil. Sorry.
Is Phil bringing the boat with him?
He's bringing the boat.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. He's going to short bow this one. Twice.
Okay.
Does a 20 hit.
20 does hit.
Okay, for 5 damage.
I'm just banging all the things on my desk. Don't mind me. That's good. Who's next?
18 hit.
18 does hit.
Okay, for 6 damage. And that's the end of Phil's turn.
And that monkey is now bloody. The top and bottom ones are bloodied. Is Phil staying put there on the edge?
He is...
Is he going to stay there on the edge? That's still pretty close to the edge.
I know, but he doesn't have any more movement, so...
All right. Who's next?
Nerium.
Nerium.
Yes. Okay. Nerium is going to need... Sorry, I'm just like looking at my spells.
Mm-hmm. They should be on your character sheet.
They are. I'm reading them. I'm reading them.
That's where you find them.
That's where they're supposed to go.
Right. The monkey that she is afraid of.
Yep.
I need a wisdom saving throw.
We're proficient in these. 14.
Okay, he fails.
Okay.
So I give him the command to flee, which means he basically has to spend his turn moving away from me by the fastest and most... basically, he's got to dash away from me.
Okay.
And bonus action... Ssah'ra, would you like some encouragement?
Please.
I imagine Ssah'ra saying it just like that.
There you go. And that is the end of Nerium's turn.
All right. Who's next?
After Nerium would be Nazirr.
All right. Let's go ahead and wild shape, or rather, let's do the blaster version of my starry form. I'm not saying the whole thing because words are hard.
Congestion.
And yeah, that was a bonus action. Let's go ahead and give this one. Yeah, let's give this one a guiding bolt.
Okay.
That's a 21 to hit, please.
That'll hit.
Ooh.
16 points of radiant damage.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
All right. You blast him with a guiding bolt.
Yep. And next attack on this one has advantage.
All right. Are you moving or staying put?
I am good here.
Who is next?
Next would be Sahn.
All Alright, so I'm gonna level my heavy crossbow at this one, and take a shot so the advantage cancels out the disadvantage from fear.
Okay.
It's gonna be a sharpshooter.
Oh, you're not afraid of that one. You're afraid of
Right, but I can see the one I'm afraid of, so I have
Yes,
disadvantage
you're right.
on a number of things, but it doesn't matter because I have advantage, so they cancel out.
That is correct.
That's a hit on armor class of 22.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, and that'll deal 17 piercing damage.
Whew. And it is bloodied.
Okay, and then I'm going to take a shot at this one with my hand crossbow, multi-attack. This is disadvantage because I can see it.
He's so terrifying.
That'll hit an armor class of 18,
That'll hit.
dealing 5 piercing damage, and then crossbow expert bonus action, shoot it again.
That one is dead.
That'll hit an armor class of 13.
Well, that one's already dead. So unless you want to shoot its corpse.
Then can I... Okay, so I'm no longer afraid. I'm just going to completely re-roll this attack roll on this one then,
Yeah,
since
it's
I
fine.
rolled it with disadvantage. That'll hit an armor class of 22,
22 will hit.
dealing 8 piercing damage.
Okay. And that one is dead. Sahn is just on a roll. Monkeys are weak to insect people. Not sure if you knew that.
That's the end of my turn.
Nice.
Who's next?
Oh, no longer afraid.
Next would be Ssah'ra. And the only one left alive is the one that she's afraid of. Thanks, Sahn, for
He's
nothing.
so terrifying.
Son, help me out. Fist bump.
I guess we'll try and
I mean-
spot with disadvantage.
Benny took a load of damage at the start of the fight, so I'm a little more worried about him than you.
I've never
You
been
gotta-
screamed at by a monkey, and I hope it never happens.
I have.
It's not very fun. Oh, look
you-
at that.
Hey,
wow, 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 wow.
Destil, Smurf you.
Look at that. I like it. That's funny. So that's a miss.
And also, someone gave me advantage on shooting the other one.
That's a miss.
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
No.
Well, I mean, she's checked out, I think.
It's a 15.
15 will hit.
Sad face, not a crit.
Do you know how many crits I've had to throw away because of silvery barbs?
That's 7 points of piercing.
Why don't you check your privilege over there? Check your PC privilege. 7 points.
7 points.
This one is bloodied.
Well, give it some extra force damage.
Okay,
Yeah, 4 points of force.
good.
And the butt.
Get him with the butt.
Terrifying bet.
Yeah, not with
Ah!
the
I mean, it wasn't gonna hit anyway. So
11. Oh,
11.
ooh, I got one of these. Hold on.
Oh,
16.
16 will hit.
For 7 points of bludgeoning.
And that's it. That's all that was left
No
of that
problem.
monkey. And now the welcoming party has been dealt with sufficiently. So what is your next move from here?
Well, I want to investigate what I came to investigate.
Okay.
You know, some flowers.
There are flowers growing up out of the center of the middle of the spring.
Benny will kind of grumpily pick one.
Okay. You're trying to pick
Like I
one,
was saying.
and it won't come up out of the soil. It's like
Oh,
it's
well,
the petal won't
He'll-
break.
he'll kind of tug at the stem a little bit, and then he'll just take his longsword to it.
So you reach out and you start tugging at the stem, and you're expecting like the stem to break or the roots to break and come up. What happens is you get a steady upward movement that's giving a lot of resistance as you're pulling and jerking on it. And then eventually it comes out with a loud pop. And you pull up this clutch of flowers with a huge wax cork attached to the bottom of it. And no sooner do you do that as water starts gurgling up and filling in this whole basin. Yeah, Phil's just
Put
gonna.
it back in.
Benny will try to put that back. Yeah.
Can I hydrokineticist to reverse the flow of the water?
Yeah. You can shape water. It's shape water, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can shape water to reverse the flow. How long does that last?
Benny will put. The
Lasts as long as I want, but there's some limits on it. Like
Okay.
I can only have 3 of them at 3 5-foot cubes at a time.
Well, this is only one
While-
5-foot square.
While this is happening, Benny is shouting, "I just wanted a flower for my fiance."
Well, you have a whole bunch of them now with a big cork attached.
Well, no, he's putting the cork back.
So you reach down and you put the cork back in place, and it fixes back into its spot, and you stamp it down with your boot.
Stamping on the flowers. I'm like, God. And he
Benny.
just storms off and goes,
Benny.
I'm a terrible fiance. I'm sorry.
All I got to say to you is this is a learning.
Very sad.
This is some beginner level like Feywild bullshit. They're culturally appropriating us, so just use this as a learning, as training wheels for if we ever end up there. And know that you never touch the flowers and avoid mushrooms that are in a ring. Okay?
Well, I knew about the second one, he says, and sulks.
Is
Ssah'ra.
everything in the bushes?
As you go over to the bushes, you don't find anything of value, but you find a couple of just little personal effects, trinkets belonging to the monkeys. Looks like they were playing some kind of game with small crossed sticks in the shade of one of the trees.
She's going to pick up all the belongings
Mhm.
and give them to Nerium and say, "So you can remember the other one."
I don't want this. And I
If you
throw it
ever-
over the
if
side.
you ever see the monkey again, you can give him these toys.
I literally just, I don't want this, and I throw it over the side.
Okay, well, I'm going to save this map here before you guys get into any more trouble on this silly, silly floating island.
I don't want these monkeys. I want that monkey. So,
We'll kidnap it on the way back. Don't worry.
You're going to kidnap the monkey?
I'm thinking about it, yes.
Wow. I'm going to go dark for 2 minutes while I add up some experience points. I'm assuming you guys want some experience points. Then we'll come back and do some blips. I'll be right back.
I can't believe I stumbled onto this because I legitimately wanted flowers for Nazirr. Like, what the hell? That's so dumb.
All right. Who is the most creative?
I wrote down Nerium communicates with the monkey with Nazirr.
Okay. Who
I made a hang
was
glider.
what?
I made a hang glider.
I have that for intangibles.
Was that I don't know if I could give you credit for that one because that had an equal chance of just killing you.
What I wrote was Ssah'ra made a shitty hang glider? Question mark.
Who is the who party goals?
I wrote down Benny comes up with a plan to sneak someone past the Chimera during a conversation.
I'm okay with that.
It didn't work, but
That's a terrible idea.
I thought it could work.
Anybody got anything for badass?
I wrote Sahn climbs under the island. Like, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I give Sahn for that one.
And Ssah'ra for the kite.
Or Nazirr for actually coming after me.
I mean, I have that written
He
down under
jumped right in.
intangibles. Excuse me while I interrogate this monkey.
I don't remember who said that.
Treble.
That sounds like Nerium.
No, I want to give it to for the kite because like there was so many ways that could have went wrong and only by the grace of the DM did Ssah'ra not.
It's by the grace of that chain, probably.
Well, I feel like with any of our constructions, like they all just were. They shouldn't have worked.
All right.
They probably actively hindered us.
Which of you need an abstract numerical representation to validate your miserable existence?
I
Only if
do,
it's
and
in Arabic numerals.
I do, and I need it to be bigger than like 1,000.
I would like it to be I would like it to be in
Still level 5.
imaginary numbers, please.
I don't care how it's numerically represented because I can convert.
Just convert it, yeah. So for the Chimera, you spawned in 5 dragonflies over the course of that fight, and the welcoming committee. Everybody is taking 791 experience points. 791. All right, who wants to
If
make a
I'd
case
known that,
for?
I wouldn't have changed my weapon type to bludgeoning.
Farming experience does not work for us. Do not try it,
No,
please.
Who wants to go first as far as making a case
I
for
can
some
go.
blaps? Go ahead.
All right. My alignment, neutral evil. Everything is for my amusement. For telling Ssah'ra, nah. So I could go ride in a flying boat.
You did get to ride in a flying boat, and it was great.
I'm taking the ideal of the choker. The truth is that which I can convince thee of for using the power of the choker to calm Mr. Thimbles down.
For ideal?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm going to take my flaw for there is no situation it cannot get out of without a bigger lie for just reflexively lying to Benny about cinnamon.
Benny will never
Immediately knew that was
forgive you.
wrong. Well, he immediately was like, no.
I'm assuming we're at the point of our relationship as friends, like just the whole party. Everybody assumes that everything that comes out of Nerium's mouth is a lie, unless there's demonstrable proof that it isn't.
And sometimes even then. Who's next?
I can go.
I heard Ssah'ra there.
For alignment, neutral evil, I'm going to take the chain. You deserve what's coming to you. For slaughtering the chimera and making it worthwhile.
He did deserve to be diced up.
The cheat. He had it coming to him. Okay.
Oh, yeah. For ideal, the yuan-ti empire must rise from the ashes because an empress needs her beauty sleep, especially in the most comfortable bed ever.
That was a wildly comfortable bed.
I'm gonna steal that with Monkey too. And then flaws, people are a means to power. That would be breaking down the stable door to rescue the princess, or what we thought was going to be a princess.
It was not a princess. It was
not a princess.
It was a beard with legs. Who's next?
Captain Caveman.
I can go.
Benny, what you got for me?
Alignment neutral good. Go by the book. If that doesn't work, go with your heart. For digging up Bangly Bean and offering up some healing.
Okay.
Ideal. Everyone is redeemable for letting Thimble out of his cage.
Wait, what did Thimble do that he required redemption?
Well, I mean, he was going to let him free and let him do whatever he wanted to. Like,
You
set
know
free.
damn well he's thrown poop at somebody before.
Well, I genuinely thought he was going
And
to
that's
fly
what
away.
he needs to be redeemed for.
I genuinely thought he was going to fly away, and then when he started doing menial house tasks, I was like, oh, I was wrong.
He's a butler monkey.
I did not.
Yeah,
think that.
he's a butler monkey.
I also expected him to just fly away. By the
Yeah,
way,
I thought he was just going to take off.
He has a little
which is why I
fez.
didn't do it initially. But, flaw. Literally anything is being better than being bored. For taking a break for an hour as he got up there, waiting for his companions to find him.
Taking Jenny's?
That was Jenny's. Yeah.
Okay. Nazirr, this is the last time you have to talk today, and then you can rest.
Got alignment, neutral evil. Everything is expendable. Benedict is in danger.
Mm-hmm.
For immediately going after him.
Okay.
Up into the sky.
Good.
Ideal. I'm taking Mugduck's ideal. Break. No break for making that save against push the chimera from pushing me off of the thing.
Okay.
And that's it.
And that leaves Sahn.
So I've got my alignment, lawful, neutral. Each works for the good of all. For drawing fire from Benny when we were fighting the monkeys after he got all that poison damage.
Okay.
I've got my ideal, exceed all expectations, for attempting to silently climb invisibly along the bottom of the island.
Okay.
And I've got Serenity's flaw, there is only now, for attuning to the ship before asking if we could borrow it.
Fair enough. All right. Who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
that was that me?
We said Nerium. Nerium for
For-
communicating with the monkey.
Nerium interrogates monkey.
Who did the most to further the party's goals?
That
We
was
said
Benny.
for coming up with the plan to sneak someone past the Chimera, which of course didn't work.
Who was the badass?
Sahn for climbing under the island.
That almost worked.
Yeah, and it's fucking terrifying.
and who was intangible.
Ssah'ra made a shitty hang glider.
That's the Ssah'ra for the. You know what? Like the kite was gonna work. It just there was no way to have known at the time that you have this like membrane of wind you have to push back through. So there wasn't actually any danger of falling back down to the ocean. But no, I liked the kite idea. All right.
I genuinely thought all of those ideas were like just hindrances. I thought you just the whole point was just go up on your own, and we were actively making the problem harder.
Well, yeah, because we don't know that.
We're
Well,
level.
of course we don't know that, but yeah.
We're level 6. Yes.
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 All right. So blips are worth 300.
Oh, okay, great. How much do I need to level? I need a calculator.
So Nazirr has 2 blips, had 1 and earned 2, so coming in next week with 3. Sahn had 1 and earned 4, so that brings you up to 5.
Yep.
Nerium had nothing and earned 4, so that gives you 4. Benny and Ssah'ra both had 6 and earned 4, so you're rolling 4 over.
Oh, hold on.
So Treble is now making the case that Bangley Bean is Captain Caveman. Which, you know what? Fair.
Yeah, that's kind of what I pictured.
You said a beard with legs.
Pretty much.
There you go.
Brick, I need to cash 1 blip in to level up.
Okay, so you're going to come in next week.
I come in with 5.
So you're leveling up to what?
6.
Okay. Great.
And I am going to. I'm just checking with you to make sure my numbers match yours. Cherub Heart Choker, I have 25 AP.
I have you at 24 after claiming the blip.
So I used to cast 2 spells, and then I claimed the blip.
Which 2 spells? I missed one.
Command in the monkey fight.
Command. I did not know that was a choker spell.
Yeah, I think I said I used the choker.
It's
I'll try to be
possible.
more clear next
A lot of people say a lot of things, and my ears don't work. You just ask my wife.
Yeah, I'll just try to be. That's why I've decided to check in at the end of every session.
All right.
Yeah, I wanted to. I've got 41 in the cloak right now.
I have you at 41. Yes.
Yep.
You got 13 on the boots.
Yes, I've
What
got
does a commune give you? Sorry.
a commune is +1.
Okay, so I should have 16?
You got 16 on the boots. I've got Ssah'ra 13 on the chain, and Nazirr 28 on the drum. McDohl, please go take all the medicine, and I hope you feel better.
Mm-hmm.
We will find a way for you to use the drum twice next session.
So that's it.
Yay.
Thanks so much for playing. We'll come back and we'll see what kind of... Remember, there's a dragon involved in this adventure. I want you guys to forget that on this island that you can very easily be thrown off of and killed.
There was a dragon involved in the Saltbird adventure, and we never even met him. It'll be
Every time you make us fight a dragon, it's someplace we can be thrown off.
Yeah.
Well, the dragons already